Welcome, I'm Stone Oak Valley, and you may remember my name from two projects I did a couple of years ago. Actually, it's not a couple of years ago, it's actually 2006. I created a big archive of authentic recordings done on the Commodore 64. And this project lasted all the way up to 2022. And I also did Amiga recordings from real hardware. That was called Stone Oak Valley's Amiga Music Collection. And that started in 2007 and also ended in 2021. But this story isn't about those projects. This project is about where did my CD32 go? Because I bought it in 1994. But then I don't know where it ended up. So this kind of ties into I'm trying to figure out my computer history. And in 2014 I wrote a story on my website with the most interesting things that, when did I buy my first computer? When did all this start? So I talked just as a small introduction. It kind of started when I was 3 years old, and I swallowed a piece of Lego. So, if you remember the scene from Pulp Fiction when he holds up the clock, it's kind of like I swallow one of these, right? This. The point I'm trying to make is that, everybody played with Lego, right? So, of course, Lego makes you creative. And I think that's where it started, because I would say I'm a creative person. I have my own website, which has a lot of crazy stuff, and I call the website Stone Oak Valley Studios, because I have lots of stuff I do. But over the years, of course, it has been archiving and preserving everything about Commodore, Amiga, and all kinds of old computers when I was, from I was a child all the way to youth and all the way up till now. So I thought I will just start with a small introduction before we start the actual movie. And of course, I swallowed this Lego in at the age of 3, so that would be 1977. I was born in 1974. And of course, Lego is a thing that you could play with. And then, of course, what else did we play with? This is the 70s. So there isn't a whole lot of stuff to do, especially here in Norway. So we had one TV channel, NRK. And the only thing we saw on the television was movies, rentals, VHS, and the Norwegian TV channel. So what else could you do? You have to do something, right? So I play with Lego, because that was the only creative thing I felt I could play with that fits my brain or something. And then in 1982, I believe, my sister bought this machine from a friend, and it was a game console, and it was the Atari 2600. And this is the actual machine she bought. I have luckily managed to preserve this. I know I've been inside it because, after Lego, you start to open things up. You want to open up all electronics, because I was curious to see how everything works. So I probably destroyed a lot of hardware back in the day, which is troubling. And I'm trying to rebuild my entire life of gadgets and consoles and everything. But it started with this. So I was interested in electronics, Lego, Star Wars, and computers. But it started with Lego, and then it went over to this machine, which is Atari 2600, and we only got 3 cartridges. That was Combat, and then there was Breakout, and then the Video Olympics. So there should be one more, which is Asteroids, or Asteroids. But that we borrowed Asteroid, so that is not in my original collection. And that was 1982, and I was completely blown away by the graphics, believe it or not. This was like, I don't know the resolution, it's like 40 by 60 pixels or something weird. But it was magic, because up till now we only saw movies and the TV channel on the TV. So now I started becoming really interested in what is this stuff, right? I didn't know anything about Commodore 64, which came the same year. But of course, I don't know when it was released in Norway. But anyway, so for 3 years I played with Atari, and I played with Lego, electronics, and then I came over Star Wars. So I started collecting Star Wars figures and playing with those. And I still played with Lego, but it started to become more like weird Lego. I would make machines that could kill flies. I would make Lego machines that could do like ticket machines. I started merging electronics together with Lego. And I also got some electronics kit from Welleman or something. And that was kind of my interest in the middle 80s. But then in 1987, I got my first, or 1988, I got my first Commodore 64, and it was like mind-blowing, right? And I was so hooked. I was hooked. And I knew this is what I will do for the rest of my life, right? When you're 13 years old. But then fast forward, I will keep this story really short. But in 1989, 10th of June 1989, I actually got my first Amiga 500, which was again a complete mind-blowing experience. And then I sold my Commodore 64, my first Commodore 64 in 1990. I missed it so much that I actually bought the new bread bin, the white Commodore 64, in 1991, because I started playing around with communicating between Commodore 64 and Amiga 500, so I can transfer games and stuff like this. And then in 1991 I got the second Commodore, and then in 1993 I bought myself an Amiga 1200, again mind-blowing. And then I probably sold Amiga 500, or I kept it, I can't really remember. There's a long story behind this, but I won't go into this right now. And then finally, in 1994, I got my first CD32. And that is what this video is about. I will quickly move through the rest of my history. So in 1996, I got my first PC, running Windows 95 or 98 probably. And then in 1997 I got my first CD burner, which is also related kind of to the CD32, because I was into the multimedia days. I didn't play a lot of games, I was programming, doing a lot of media stuff. That's what was most interesting to me, using the Commodore and the Amiga. And then in 1998, I was stupid enough to sell everything or give everything away, because I started making more music. That was one of the reasons why I sold Amiga 1200, because it had only 4 channels. And I started using Fast Tracker 2.08 on PC, and yeah. I always said that PC sucks like rotten eggs, but again, when I could finally make the music I wanted, it was like another mind-blowing experience. So I stuck with the PC. I started buying synth and keyboards, and I built up my own little studio. So from 1998 to 2004, I had a full-blown studio, basically, just for my own music. I managed to play some of my tracks even on the Norwegian radio channel, so that was pretty cool. And then in 2004, I was tired of making music, and I started trying to go back to the old days. Like, I wasn't really done with Amiga 500. I wasn't done with Commodore 64. There was still stuff I wanted to do. And of course, internet was already here, so there was so much more you could research and buy. So I started buying a whole lot of Commodores and all kinds of stuff, and that's where in 2006, that's where the authentic SID collection recording started. So I would say that in somewhere in the beginning of 2000, I felt the connection going back to the old days, like retro, what do you call it today? I call it old school or nostalgia. And that's where everything kind of took off, because then I started buying a lot of Amigas and Commodores, and I was lucky to get really cheap Commodores back in the day for $1. Really cheap. I will find it in the trash, I will repair them, and blah blah blah. I could go into a lot of details on that, but this video is about Amiga CD32. And the following video, I will show you all the crazy madness stuff I've done for the last 6 months to try and figure out of it. I had to use different techniques because I had really lost the memory of where my Amiga CD32 went. Was it sold? I don't know. Did I rent it away? I don't know. Was it placed somewhere? I forgot where it is. I don't know. So I have to use every means possible, like insane types of action, just to try and figure out and also trigger a memory. And at the end of the video, I will also show you how I edit this entire video. It's a new system I've been working on. So it's I don't have to fiddle around with Adobe Premiere anymore. And that's it. That's the quick introduction. I will probably try to make other movies focusing on other things. But for now, we should start the show for the hunt of the Amiga CD32. Yeah. So after I bought my Amiga CD32 in 1994, it was used for various things that I remember. I also have proof of scripts and stuff. But then somewhere in 1996 or 97, I believe I lost track of it, like physically. So I wrote down this 8-ball logic, this magic 8-ball list of things that you can try when you need to try and reconnect your memory, trying to reconstruct things that happened 30 years ago. And there are various ways you can do that, of course. The first thing is just think about it, connect your memories. So I used the CD32 primarily for like a CD-ROM, so I connected it to the Amiga 1200. And the first CDs, of course, there were the demo CD that followed the original packaging. And then there was also Oscar and Digger's game that followed. And then I started buying CDs from magazines, so there would be demos and games. I did not buy one single game for the Amiga CD32 because I didn't plan to use it as a gaming console. I already had Commodore 64, and I already had the Amiga 1200, so I had pretty much what I needed to play around with. But of course, I had to start somewhere, so I started thinking about, wrote down all the things that I remember. And the Aminet CDs, they are Aminet set CDs, I mean, are 4 CDs in each set. And it's filled up with all kinds of software and, files and code, and it has a lot of stuff. So if you take a look at number 1, you can see that it has, pictures and text and docs and demo and game, and, it's really a cool archive. This is like internet before internet. So these CDs I do remember I had. And I also had some demo CDs. I also bought, I believe I bought the CDPD CD, which also contains a lot of floppy disk that you can extract and stuff like this. But of course, I used Amiga CD32 as CD-ROM only. And that's where I started. Just connecting memories, hoping that something will trigger another memory, maybe trigger some unrelated memory that I could suddenly remember where my CD32 went, because I had no idea where it ended up. So that's the exercise of this video, to try and show different types of actions you can take to try and figure out of it. So my next point would be searching for digital traces. So that will mean I created a couple of tools, scripts that I used for Amiga CD32. That was just making it more easy to set up. So when I started the CD32, I can just boot it up, and then some files will be copied into the ROD disk, and then I could quickly get access to Twin Express and then connect it to my Amiga 1200 and mount it. So in this digital trace, I was lucky enough that I had my original copy of my Amiga hard drive, so I could luckily go back and review those scripts that I made. And here is one of these scripts. So I'm not sure what this actually does. It says it's a 2x8, so that's a font fix for Communicator CD, booted workbench. So I believe there's a function on the Eureka Communicator CD that lets you boot into Workbench on the CD32, and this probably set up some fixes for the font. Maybe the font was weird or something. So this is one of the little scripts I made, and then I have another one. This is for use with Aminet Z1. As you can see, it's a boot up. This was created in 1995. And it just goes through a bunch of stuff and gives me some messages on the CD32. And then I also have some kind of startup sequence that I used probably inside my script somewhere. This was called CD32 Aminet set CD startup sequence. And I had, well, this is, I guess this was some kind of script I set up to just play modules, like music files, that was compressed with LR from the Aminet CD. And I also had more scripts, and I always wrote usually the date. So this was in 1994, 95. So I had a bunch of these scripts that I had made. Here is also the baud rate that I was using. So obviously I managed to connect the CD32 at 190,000 bps and copy files over. And I had a lot of scripts, and I tried to look through everything, like see the dates. So this one is actually created just 30 minutes before New Year Eve in 1995. So that's a really nice touch right there. And these scripts, they had dates from 1994 to 1995. They were pretty similar. And yeah, sometimes I wrote some other information here. So this is at least some traces of the digital traces that I could try to figure out if there were anything, clues of the whereabouts of my Amiga CD32. But I couldn't really find anything else. This is all the files I had left from my Amiga 1200 hard drive. And yeah, I couldn't really find any more digital traces. There was no notes and no nothing. So after all that, didn't really give me, it gave me some dates, at least, a date range of when I was developing some tiny scripts for the Amiga CD32. Which brings us to the next step. So first we connected the memories, we tried to search for digital traces to try and figure out some kind of date or notes or anything, just to give me a clue. And then I started looking for physical traces, and that was a pretty crazy project. Since I started working in a normal daytime job, I was 17 years old. So this is all the paper that I collected through when I started in 1991 all the way up to this year. So that will be May 2024. And I had to scan all of these papers through this scanner. It took a couple of weeks. I have presented some of the details of that. But anyway, I had to scan 5,842 documents because I wanted to see if I can find some traces of receipts or some kind of paperwork receipts for the Amiga CD32, because I didn't know exactly when I bought it. I'm pretty sure it was in 1994. So very early in 1994, most likely. And I just wanted to see if I can find a receipt for maybe I actually sold the Amiga CD32 and I made this shipping bill and I wrote maybe Amiga CD32. Or maybe I could find some papers from my bank. Maybe there was a money transfer and the people who bought the machine from me, just put a note on the bank notice saying the auction site or Amiga 32, thanks, whatever. But I couldn't really find anything. I found some traces of Amiga words because when I scanned all these documents, they became TIFF, and then I converted them to PDF. And that's why I could search through them, so I had all the text. So after I was finished scanning all of these papers, I had a bunch of boxes when I started, so these are all the boxes that I had of all this paper, and these were used for something else. I already made a video about it. But when you have 5,800 documents, you have to, you have to shred them. And this is the shredding bag. So there was 4.5 bags of shredded paper. And I did all of this just to try and find a physical trace of my Amiga CD32. And I found one paper only. And that was the insurance, or the proof of purchase, I guess you will call it. So these two papers, actually it was one paper, it was 2 pages. This one was the only page I found out of those 5,800. But this gave me some clues because, okay, I noticed I bought it at Master, so that was a Norwegian computer company. I didn't remember this, so that is one crucial piece of information. And of course I had to block out the address because I got it shipped to where I was working. I was 17 years old, but I was more interested in the date. But as you can see, they forgot. So here it says köpsdato, which means, date of purchase. And they completely forget to fill this out. So that is really unfortunate, because even the letter was sent to my my work. I don't know what happened to the original envelope, but there was no date on it, and I looked through all of this text to see if there's any date, some kind of trace, but I couldn't find it. But anyway, I am pretty sure I bought it in 94 or something like this. And this one actually had a serial number, and from the serial number I could determined that my CD32 was indeed manufactured in September 1993. And so that was kind of, half of the story. At least I know when I bought it. I knew the serial number. I knew where I bought it. But of course, this company is long out of business. So these are one of the search or hits I found in all these documents that I scanned. So I could see, there's a compute, a keyboard, and there's a disk drive and a disk drive and some other stuff. And I also bought the MIDI interface, but this is more recent purchases. Some of them may have been from maybe 15 years ago or something. But that is all I could find in my physical search for the Amiga CD32. So basically, you have to go further. As this one didn't reveal too much, well, I did find the proof of purchase, the certificate. That helped at least a little bit, but now you connect to the memories, you search for digital traces, you search for the physical traces, and then, okay, you have to talk to friends. So I talked to the people that I knew at the time, if they had any, they could remember anything. One of my friends said he didn't even know I had Amiga CD32. And my other friend said, yeah, I remember it, but I can't remember where you put it. You know, he can't remember if I sold it or anything like this. And I asked them, well, do you remember that we used it? But then they said, well, I'm not sure. I think you had some Amiga CDs, and yeah, I already remember that, of course. But even though I talked to 4 or 5 people, trying to connect memories, trying to see if they remember something that I didn't remember, and there was a couple of things that I had forgotten. But unfortunately, this did not even reveal to me anything, and I still didn't know where my Amiga CD32 went. So I was stuck again. So we have to go to the next thing, and that's call a friend. So smart as of Redline, we had a group back in the day in the 90s, early 90s. We were, doing some swapping. We made some utility disks and demos. And he still uses Amiga today. But he also had very faint memory of my CD32. He couldn't also remember too much. So I couldn't get a date out of him also. So the search had to go on. I had a plan to visit a family member because my sister lives about an hour from my place, but now it's December and it's Christmas, and there's a lot of snow and ice. It's a little bit scary road up there. But she mentioned at some point during the summer that there was a gaming console on their attic or the loft. But she said it was Sega, and she's a principal, so she's a teacher and principal, so I'm pretty sure she would not misunderstand or read the logo of the Amiga CD32 box and call it a Sega. But this one is still pending, but I'm pretty sure I did not, lend the Amiga 3032 to her kids, which in 1998 were probably 6 or 7 years old. Because I did borrow them the Commodore 64, and I got it back a couple of years later, maybe 6 or 7 years later. When they grow up, they started using PCs, so they didn't care about Commodore 64, and I got it back into my possession. So that's really cool. And this one is still pending, but I'm pretty sure it's not the one. I didn't lend it away. So now I'm getting out of options of where this Amiga CD32 went. And we go to the conclusion, basically, because as the date of recording is 2nd of January 2025, I guess I must have sold it. That is my best guess. I do have some nightmares about my Amiga CD32. I believe I have like this faint memory that I open it up. I open up the CD32, and I was trying to investigate probably how to connect the keyboard. But it's a very faint memory, and I don't know if it's really a true nightmare. But I have this nightmare of, did I really open it up? And did I really start to solder in it, and then it exploded? Because I have like a feeling of I burned the chip inside. This picture was generated by AI, by the way, so this is not me. This is Flux. I tried to illustrate my nightmare, me screaming. So I have this faint memory. Maybe I open it up and I manage to damage it, and then I get embarrassed, and then I have the new solution for the Amiga 1200 in terms of a CD-ROM, because I later replaced the CD32 with Squirrel SCSI PCMCA, which I also have some dates for, and that is why I have like a good trace of when I stopped using the CD32. My problem is I have no idea where it went. It's not in my home, my old home, I mean. I didn't find any traces of selling it. I don't remember lending it away. And of course, the nightmares. I also have another nightmare that I put it in a bag and I throw it in the garbage. This is a AI generated image because my father sometimes bought the container so he can throw some trash. He was fixing cars and boats, and sometimes he got some, garbage he need to throw. And I have this faint memory of me going into the trash and throwing it like really mad, because I probably destroyed Amiga CD32 and I got mad and I throw everything. But that doesn't make sense, because if I threw the Amiga CD32, I would still keep the joystick. I would probably still keep some of the manuals, at least the CDs, because they were not broken, so of course I could use them. Even, the box could have been saved. So I think this is could be a memory of me thinking ahead, that I'm trying to fix the CD32, and then I was thinking ahead, and maybe I dreamt something, in this kind of situation where you are trying to figure out and you're unable to connect this memory, like, where did my CD32 go? After all of these things, 7 points, I still doesn't have any answer to it. So after I started researching this project maybe a year ago, when I came to May, I started thinking, then I spent already a couple of months trying to research into this, and there was nothing left. I had really no additional clues of where my CD32 went. And that, I really wanted to have an Amiga CD32 again, because I was trying to rebuild all my hardware that I owned back in the 90s. So I have been slowly, since 2014, bought all these items that I once had. And I have managed to complete that mission. Yeah, the conclusion basically ended up with this one. I bite the dust, and I went on eBay in June, and I did find myself an Amiga CD32 that came from was from Belgium, and because there was no other way, I couldn't find the CD32, and even though if I sold it, it's gone. I don't know who I sold it to. Probably was a random guy, or maybe I lent it away, and I forgot to ask for it to get it back. And this is so long ago. I mean, I lost track of it most likely in 96 or 97, and it's almost 30 years ago. So there was nothing else to do. I have to let it go. I could not find it, and I gave up, and I folded, and I did buy an expensive replacement on eBay. And that will be part 2 of this video, which is my hunt for Amiga CD32. And when I come back, I will show you the eBay version and also go through additional stories and memories, and I will recreate my experience, the first experience I had in 1994 and 95, and I will recreate it and make some comments and just chit-chat about that. So see you in the next part. Yeah, and you may hear me use the Amiga CD32 startup sound jingle a lot, and that's because I love it. It brings back many memories. Like with every console you start up, this is the first picture and sound you will see. But I noticed something during my research because I wanted this sound, and there are 2 ways to do it. Either you can record it from your own CD32, which I didn't have at the time. And the other way is try to find it online. I did find it online. Some people had recorded it, but I didn't like the quality. I thought it was mushy and low resolution. So I luckily came across this one. And this is the raw original startup sound. And you can find it in the leaked Amiga OS 3.1 source code that happened in January 2016. And this is the path of where that file was. And the file size is 212 kilobytes and 19,000 hertz 8-bit, and the length of the sound was 10.6 seconds. Now there is, of course, you can use WinUAE emulator to also record the sound if you're emulating the CD32. But I like the original the best, and there are 2 ROMs on the Amiga CD32. One is for the Amiga OS workbench and everything like this, the actual firmware or ROM for the Amiga, and the other one is an extended ROM where this sound and also other things are put inside, like graphics for the CD32 and menus and all this stuff. I also found this file hiding inside one of these leaked source code, so I'm not sure what this is. I suspect it may be related to a full motion video cartridge, the FMV cartridge add-on you can access. You can add to the CD32, and you can access digital video and these other CDs that you can play on the CD32, like photo CDs and karaoke CDs and some video CD like VCD and MPEG and all this stuff. So I don't know if this file was actually used. I've never seen it on CD32, to be honest. But that was just a tiny little bonus. So when I went on eBay trying to find a CD32 in the summer of 2024, I noticed some really weird prices. I was really shocked, like 20,000 NOK. That's a lot of money, or euro, 1,670 euro for a boxed version. And even without the box, you have to pay, 1,000 maybe. This might be buy it now, or best offer. And then there are also these bidding rounds that I did participate in. But the problem with eBay is they still allow bidding in the last 5 seconds, which I thought I have stopped, because in 1999 and 2000 I was bidding on a lot of Star Wars figures, and I lost so many things just because of this stupid. It's probably like 0.1 seconds bidding. So if you don't click the button in the correct time, somebody will snatch it. And it may be that the buyer who win it, that won over your max bid, were actually an actual person. Problem is, I believe, like I did back then, that when people don't get what they want the highest price, of course, they will ask their friends to join in at the very last seconds, probably automated. Maybe they have several users. Because when I started bidding, I lost with just €5. And I wasn't there at the time when this happened, but I did follow this auction closely. And this item was actually reposted 3 times after I lost it. And the reasoning they used were, they actually said reposting due to non-payment of buyer. I'm sorry, I do not believe that. I believe that this buyer is a friend of this guy, and I just faked it. Because if this guy didn't buy it and this guy wanted to sell it, then why didn't he contact me as the second highest bidder? Very suspicious. So yeah, I will warn everybody against going on eBay to try and find these machines. It was reposted again. It had 7 bids early on. And this kept on going on for several weeks, all the way into August. And it was just, it's very suspicious, to be honest. This thing was relisted again and again and again. And this is from the last 3rd auction when I follow it. I have no idea how many times this was reposted, but it was the same argument every time, reposted due to non-payment of user. And this is the 3rd time. I didn't follow it after this August. It came out to 33 bids, and now the price was even lower than before, than what I was willing to pay. So, yeah. I'm not very happy about this. But luckily, I did find an auction from a guy from Belgium, and I actually managed to win it. This is again another screenshot of the same item again. This is reposted, like I said, 3 times. So I bought it, not this one. I found a proper person on eBay. It was actually a buy now price, so I could buy it for just buy it instead of this bidding, because the bidding is just completely nonsense. And yeah, it took a while before I actually got the CD32, so it started in Brussels 12th of July, and as you can see, I had to wait quite a lot. All these custom documents in Oslo, and finally 1st of August, I got the package, and I was super thrilled. Finally, I had my own CD32 in my hands again, and here's a little video of me unpacking it. There's no audio going on except for the packing sounds, but I will talk over it. So I just put it outside in the nice lawn we have in the summer. And this is the real-time opening of this package, all the way from Belgium. 1st of August, and I feel like a kid again. I mean, this is super exciting. I was hoping there was no bricks inside, no fake stones. Like, I hope I really get what I ordered. It's always a gamble. And this is the the first time I open it up, and I noticed, okay, yeah, some packing, and yeah, okay, that's the power supply. And I got one original game, and what's this? European region patches? Okay, I've been scammed. I thought. So I dig further. Oh, that's the CD32 controller, and yes. The machine was down there, it was packed really good, so I only had one hand, I couldn't, you know, unpack it right there. But I was curious about these patches, like, what the heck was this? And here's a screenshot of that. So it says World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts. Okay. What the heck, man? So I was thinking maybe he used this to, you know, just put some stuff in the bag, just to fill it up, because he didn't have a lot of packing material. So I asked the person, and he said, no, he didn't put this inside at all. And I was thinking maybe he put it inside to make the package heavier, so he can earn some money on the weight, but nah, that wasn't it. So this is actually the Norwegian customs or some other customs office, could be anywhere in the world in Europe, that seriously messed up. So if you're missing these patches, I still have them, and you can go and sue the custom office for this, because if you're missing this, well, there it is. And of course, down here you can actually see the Amiga CD32. And I was super happy I could finally get my Amiga CD32. Now let's remove that Girl Scout junk. And here it is. Again, these patches. I also got some pens with logo from the same issue. And there it is. It's actually the one. And it was working. And I took some screenshots of all the ports. I could just document it. It looks all fine. And it's really good condition. Nothing broken. Really as advertised. So I'm really happy with that eBay auction. I paid, as I said, 5,000 NOK for it. And that will be, I guess you can divide it in 10, so that will be 500 euro. And I also had to pay tax and custom, and it became actually 7,200 in total price. So that will be like 720 euro. It was really expensive, but you know, if you're desperate, you're desperate. That's how it is. And this is the power supply. And some details on that one. And yeah, the serial number. Oh, actually, the label, I mean. So it was made in the Philippines, just like my original version was. And mine, my original version from 1994 was from September. And this one was manufactured just a month before my original one. So it kind of felt like my own, even though it was not my own. And yeah, the connector looks good. I also have the hatch for this, so I'm really happy with that. And then I tried to start the first game, which was this original game, Guardian. This is the only CD I got. And the CD was kind of loading, so I, of course, looked over the laser. I couldn't really see anything. The laser looked good. But then I cleaned it with 2 types of these CD cleaners. So I used both of them, followed the instruction, and run them through the CD32. And it cleaned it up, and everything was working. So I was really happy. It really loaded perfectly fine. And yeah, I also opened up the CD32 because I wanted to check inside. So this is the one of the ROMs. Yeah, that's of course the main ROM inside it. And I also have the serial number, like I said. And you can decode this serial number. So 93, that will be the year, and I believe 35 is the week. 851 is just the code. And then there's the serial number and some other stuff. You can decode this online, and that's what I did. So I could manage to figure out my old Amiga CD32 because I did have the certificate like I showed before. So here you can see my original one. You can see 39, so that's week 39 in 93. So that was how I figured out of this one. Some people had decoded it on internet. And yeah, then this is just a picture of the CD32, and I was talking in the last segment of this nightmare that I had, where I believe I may have shortcut some of the pins on my Amiga CD32, but I don't think that happened really, because if I were shortcutting, it will be probably down where the serial was. So that will be around this part. And my memory or my nightmare believed it was up here, but there's no chips here, so I guess I didn't destroy it back in the day. But anyway, that was my original CD32, and then I actually I actually downloaded all the games and I burnt them. So this is my new CD32, and I burnt them on CDs. So these are all the games that I felt were proper CD32 titles. Not anything like CD-TV or Amiga CD specific only, but just the CD32 titles. Because, you know, CD32 didn't last that long. And I believe there was a list somewhere. We can go into some of the history of the CD32 development. So there's a link here for this. I will put up the QR code so you can see it. So this is from this website, and summer 1992 talks about this, and then late September 1992, late October, development on the CD32 begins. First week of January 1993, February 1993, there were 15 prototypes and sent to developers. Even at this late stage, Commodore take note of the comments made. Many developers reported the hinges on the CD drive were flimsy, making it easy to break. Pre-release machines also had an irritating feet wobble. These problems were fixed before the final machine went on sale. That's a good thing. In May, there was first rumors and blah, blah, blah. And then in July 1993, they released it for the public. And as you will see in one of my videos, somebody was reviewing this in probably in 1993, so that will be August or something. But then you can see how close the machine were, because mine was from September and the machine I just bought on eBay was from August. So it's pretty much, straight out of the factory. Anyway, I open up the CD32, like I said, to take some photos of the main boards and the chips and a couple of other things. And I did check the capacitors. And I shall admit that these two looks like they have been bulging a little bit. I couldn't see any leaks. Here's a close-up. So it is actually bulging a little bit. I mean, if you saw it in 3D, you will actually see. So I did replace these two just to make sure. Although I don't really believe all of this capacitor thing, to be honest, because I have repaired 17 Commodore 64 here in Norway, and I've also repaired 5 Amiga 500s and 1200s, and also the CD32. The CD32 isn't from Norway, but the other machines are, at least most of them, and I have never come across a bad capacitor, ever. So these people on YouTube seems to be obsessed by, you need to change the capacitors. In my experience, that is never the case. And you can also see these videos where they actually replace the capacitors, and then they had a problem before, and after they replaced it, the problem still is the same, and they will just say, it wasn't the capacitors. Well, now it's at least fit for the future, safe for the future. To be honest, it's nonsense. At least not the machines I've seen here in Norway. Maybe it's due to humidity or temperature or environment. I don't know. Maybe these things actually fail much more in Europe or in USA. Because in my experience, going for the capacitor fix is, well, bullshit, to be honest. And the reason why is I don't see any problems with people picking up a radio or a Walkman or a VHS from the 80s, and it will still work today for days and weeks. And I would know because I had several Commodore 64s running 24/7 with the original power supply for years. I mean, the Amiga 1200 and the Commodore 64 were powered on for years. I mean, that's 24/7 recording music. So, yeah, I don't believe this capacitor thing, to be honest. It may not be the case in other countries, but there is too much focus on this. And even though you pick up an old Walkman from the 80s, you can still use it for weeks or years without replacing the capacitor, because it seems to be very obvious. People just change the capacitors on Commodore 64s and all these retro gaming consoles, but they don't do it on VHS and Walkmans and all this other stuff. But in 1999 to 2000, there was actually a true bad production of capacitors, and these will fail. So everything produced after 1999, I can agree with. Those capacitors will fail because there was a lawsuit about it. But I would say that everything produced before 1995 or even 1999, you don't have to replace the capacitor. You have to replace them if they look like this or if you see any leaking. But just replacing them just to be safe is complete nonsense. So that's my take on it. Probably people will not agree, and that is of course understandable. They will probably live in another country than Norway, so like I said, it could be related to how they store it and the temperature changes. That is really hard to figure out of. But yeah, This was my CD32. I had checked it inside, it's working great, and I guess I will have to show some videos of me actually testing it and recreating everything. So there will be a couple of clips now with a different recording and different cameras and stuff like this, because it was recorded a couple of weeks or maybe 2 months ago. So I will see you in the next segment. Yeah, I just need to go back to this nightmare I had where I believe I shortcutted the CD32. Just a little tiny thing that I found in a text. And I did mention, and I remember something, 10th of April 1995, did I try to solder or connect an XTXE, I think it's AT or XT keyboard to a CD32, and did I fry the CD32 port? Because I found this screenshot in my archive, and there's also a disk you can find online, this Commodore ISO 9660 tools 104_2, and inside the notes there was a file called cats CD32 notes, and this one says actually that the keyboard auxiliary port early diagrams we received were backwards. This should be the correct diagram for the CD32 keyboard auxiliary port. So this is not my text, of course, but if I did find a diagram, what if these two were actually flipped? Because I believe there are two versions of the schematics online, and I believe some of these are actually flipped. So these three here is actually on the other side, or two of them or something. And this guy who wrote this note, he says, warning, you can damage a CD32 by accidentally shorting some of these pin sockets against each other. I know, I did it. And yeah, maybe I did fry my CD32 and I throw it. But again, like I said in the previous segments, that seems a little bit weird, because I would keep at least something, even the joypad. So that was just tiny information that I thought was interesting that we could, add on. So when I got my CD32, we're going to talk about the CDs that I had, and there wasn't many, really. So in 1994, these are the discs that I had. So the demo disc 1.1, 1993. I actually believe this could be 1.0, but I will talk about that later in some of the videos. That was a bootable CD. And then there's Diggers and Oscar that came with my CD32. That was also bootable, and I do remember this. I played that. But I also bought some magazine, so Amiga CD32 issue 1 and 2 from March 1994 and autumn. So that's what I said earlier, that I probably bought my CD32 early in 1994. And then there was also a issue or a CD from Amiga User International, Volume 8, Issue 4 CD in May 1994. That was also bootable, and it was cringe as, FXXK. And of course, the following disk was not bootable. Actually, it was. There's a bug here. But I used Eureka Communicator 1 or 2 or 3. I did find out that I actually have number 2. This is some older notes. And I also used Twin Express, and then also my own tools that I showed to access Amiga 1200 via serial and CD32. And then later I also bought probably this LSD and 17-bit Compendium Deluxe Volume 1, 1994, and I did buy that myself. And I also confirmed this by my own digital traces, so confirmed 1st of November 1995, actually almost 2 years after I created an index with comments guide put together by Demonade Production, Procyon, November 1995. So that means I did probably have the CD32 still running at that time. I also had LSD and 70-bit Compendium Deluxe Volume 2. I think maybe I borrowed this from a friend. That would be Smartass from Redline, and I did test that also on CD32. And I also bought these 3 sets. And this is 1995. And this is also 1995, and I know I booted this. I had made tools for them. And then Aminet Set 3, that is released publicly, in 1996. And that is where I kind of lose my traces of the CD32, because at this point, this CD was only loaded on my Squirrel SCSI CD-ROM on Amiga 1200. And the Squirrel SCSI was a PCMCA interface that I connected to Amiga 1200, and then I connected an additional hard drive to it, also a SCSI CD-ROM. I remember this very well. I also have a picture of that setup, if I have it. Yeah, where is my picture? No, it is not available at this moment. But anyway, like I said, I think my Amiga CD32 disappeared between November 1995 and June 1996. So obviously I created this index, and then I bought this Squirrel SCSI somewhere in 1996. And then June 1996, that is the date on my hard drive where this Squirrel SCSI device and related files are actually installed for the first time. So that means after June 1996, my CD32 was really, well, I don't know, sold, lended away, forgotten, something. But we will take a look at some other clips. I found some VHS tapes I had. I was testing a camera that my brother had, and I think this is 1994. As you can see in here, in this corner, this is where I remember I put my floppy disk for Amiga 1200. There's also a window up here, and there was also a table just beside me, and that is where I used my PC for the first time. But that was in 1996, so this footage is most likely from 1994. And that means that the CD32 most likely were actually located down there. So now, if you take a look in between, my brother is sitting here, I just erased him. But this is actually where I remember the CD32 was. So this was my old room back in the day. So that's the 1084 monitor, and that's the Amiga 1200. And there used to be, later in my older photos, there was like a wooden box. And you can also see my modem down there. So that will be the USR Turbo modem, V42 BIS or something. And I also stitched together another photo. So this is kind of the angle that I took. So I was testing a camera, and I was basically just panning over. And yeah, it just shows the entire segment in that video. And luckily I did find my CD32 being down there at least. So, but unfortunately, this was not in 1996. This was in 1994. So yeah, that was just a tiny add-on thing, some information I had, and we can now go through and check out my first experience, I would say, with the CD. So then we will go for the demo disc, because that was probably the first one that I would boot up. So we can take a look at that. This is recorded on my eBay bought CD32 version, and yeah, I will go through some of the demos and we will check it out. So here we are with the eBay version that I bought. So I'm recording this from the Super Video connector on the CD32. It goes into an old Windows XP machine because, well, that works. And it is being captured by a PC TV Pro, or maybe it's called PC TV Rave. It's a PCI card. Perfect for capturing PAL signal, since I'm in Norway. This is a PAL machine. So of course when I got it I had to clean it up with the lens a little bit, but it failed to load. After a while it didn't load CDs correctly, not all of them. So I went inside it and I found two bad capacitors that was bulging. That didn't help at all, as suspected. And I started messing around with the 4 pot meters, the 4 blue ones on the CD controller board, or actually the laser, mechanics. That didn't help, but then I actually turned the pot meter on the laser itself. There's a tiny little board, and there's a tiny little pot meter that was glued, not like super glue, but you can break it. So if you imagine that the setting was 12 o'clock, I basically turned it clockwise until I tried like, you could say, like 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4, 5 minutes. And when I reached 5 minutes over 12, if you can imagine that kind of logic, I can't show it now because it's all locked up, of course. Then it actually started playing burnt CDs. So it played the only commercial CD that I have, which was Guardian, the original game that followed this console when I bought it. But yeah, I want to burn everything, and I want to do my own CDs, as you saw me illustrate earlier in this video. So now it's in November. I have tested it in August, all the games, all the CDs, to try and recreate my first experience with this machine when I bought it back in, like I said, April 94 probably, and mine was produced in September 1993. And of course the only things you get from new CD32 at that time was Oscar and Diggers, 2 games, and you also get a demo CD from Commodore. Now I have burnt the CD demo disc 1.1, and well, the only version you can find online is 1.1 and 2.0, and I did a little digging into this because something is not how I remember it. I remember a different demo, or at least I believe. It's really hard to remember back 30 years. But I checked the metadata on version 1.1. The name of the CD was 1.1 Rev 72. I don't know, was there Rev 71? But anyway, the metadata of the burned disk was produced in 24th of September 1993. Now, my machine was produced in the last week of September, which is actually from 25th of September. So I don't know if I really got 1.1, maybe 1.2, maybe 1.0. It doesn't match up. And then, of course, I also burnt the 2.0. And yeah, so that is, of course, self-burnt on a 16x burner. It doesn't matter the speed really. Sometimes the quality of the CD will matter, but I've tried a lot of speeds, like all the way from 4x up to 52x. I tried different CDs, brands, but it was always just adjusting the laser to 5 o'clock, 12:05. So that really helped. I don't know if it's gonna burn in the future, but I guess you can always buy a replacement. But I want to talk about this mysterious demo CD that I don't recognize fully. And there is an article in a Norwegian magazine. This was number 6 of 93, so it's not June. I think it was October or November or something in that year, and it's from the Norwegian magazine Amiga Forum. And I have a review of this machine, like a preview actually, because it says here, I will put it on screen, but it's in Norwegian, but it says blah blah blah. And he says the machine was an almost finished piece with a 2-digit serial number, and I had promised to be careful with it. So it means that Commodore probably sent 100 or maybe 200 around to certain magazines so they can pre-review it before pushing the marketing system all the way. And he says there was 2 CDs that followed it, 2 golden CDs. One was Pinball Fantasies, and the other one was a demo CD. So was that the demo CD I got, 1.0? Because when they actually have screenshots of what's inside this thing. So here it talks about demo CD. Here's like a demo for the Akiko chip, I would imagine, like texture mapping, so you can show off that new things. And here's also a CDXL video, and that is Blues Brothers. And there's also mentioning a music video of Enya, and it's Caribbean Blue. And then you have Pinball Fantasies and all these regular menus, which is pretty much the same. And they also talk about a music mask of Fleetwood Macs, and then there's also a playable demo of Jurassic Park, which he says was incredibly boring and lame. And then there's also Zool. So if you think about this, there was a demo CD before the 1.1 and the 2.0, obviously, because I feel I remember this demo. I played around with it. I'm not sure, maybe it's just my memory failing. But also this Blues Brothers. So if we check the actual CD, this demo disc 1.1, I managed to find a file, which I will put on screen. and there you can actually see it refers to Enya XL and BB XL. That's Blues Brothers. So either this demo CD is a rare thing that only exists in 100 copies, or this was like a internally burnt CD for preview, which could have ended up in maybe a couple of tens of thousands of batches, but yeah, nobody can seem to find it on internet, so I guess that's a case of lost media. But let's check this CD. So this would be the first CD I would ever boot. So now we are like recreating the 30-year anniversary. Yeah. And this CD actually booted when I first burned it, but after a couple of weeks, you know, since August, it didn't really want to play the CD XL. So this is a really good way of testing your CD32, is put into this this demo CD. So we will check out CD XL Action. And as you can see, there is no glitches at all. This was horribly bad. Before I adjusted the laser, of course. Yeah. So that was the CDXL Action, the demographics. I think that was just a slideshow, so we don't want to test that. The demo flight. This was like I didn't understand the concept of these preview demos, because I've never seen a preview demo CD before, so I thought, well, okay, am I supposed to play? And yes, you can actually play. You can move the cursor, you can shoot, and that's it. But this one I remember. I really saw this demo. That was something I put on loop and watched, and I pressed all the buttons, like couldn't imagine where's the title screen, where's anything. Then I figure out, okay, it's just a technical demo. And of course, there was no exit, so I have to reset. So I remember this one. I probably remember the CDXL Action with all this live footage. So those two would probably have been on that CD, but problem is I had several CD I tried, so my memory could mix stuff up. Okay, we can do the demo about Amiga CD. I don't remember this one. Oh, it's difficult to say. I feel I remember some parts.
Introducing the Amiga CD32, the world's first 32-bit game machine.
Yeah.
Years in development, Commodore's advanced graphics architecture chips allow finer detail than any competing product, and over 250,000 colors on the screen at once. Combine this graphics power with the mighty 68020 microprocessor and CD stereo sound, and the possibilities are limitless.
Oh yeah. So this is a demo graphics by Jim Sachs. And I think I remember this part. I don't remember the previous parts. This one I have no memory of at all. Also this one. But it must have been there. On version 1.0, most likely.
But the Amiga CD32 is far more than just a game machine. It can run most existing CD-TV software.
Cool.
It's a state-of-the-art CD audio player with a graphical user interface.
Yep.
And it's great for desktop video and multimedia presentations, like the one you're watching right now.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
when you're ready to break the barriers of traditional game machines.
Oh yeah.
Take a look at the Amiga CD32. It blows away the competition.
Yep. Yeah, and then there are some pictures on the demographics. I don't care about those, and some games, demo games, but I was not really a gamer. I was more interested in everything else but the games. But of course, I do enjoy games on the Amiga or any machine for that matter. Okay, so let's check the demo CD 2.0, and I also checked the metadata on this one, and this was burnt 23rd of December 1993, and the version was 2.0 on the disk name, or the CD name was version 2.23 beta. So I could not had this CD because my machine was produced in September, and it probably arrived in Norway a couple of months later, because I bought it probably somewhere between January and April 94. So let's check this one out. So this would most likely have the same materials, right? Plus some additional stuff added in the 3 months that had passed since version 1.1. So maybe 1.0 was produced in July, who knows. I really want to find that CD. Okay, so there's the pinball, the microcosm demo, a Rise of the Robots demo about Amiga CDs. So let's see what this is. I think this is the dinosaur thing again. Yeah, so we already seen that. This one actually has an...
Your idea of a great adventure game?
Oh, there's no exit. So of course that demo carried over, and then there should be a CDXL action, which would be the one with the live footage, maybe? I don't remember. You could see that the menu was having less items, so I don't know why they did that. Couldn't I just copy that over and add some stuff? Who knows? So CDXL creation, and what could this be? Yeah,
similar dreams. But this was twice as fast. Twice as powerful as anything I'd ever thought possible.
Yep.
Though what that meant, I could never have foreseen. Incredible graphics.
Mm-hmm.
And colors. So many colors.
So many stars.
Our world will never be the same again.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So now they replaced the live footage with this really cool commercial, and I remember I saw it on Norwegian television. I don't know the date of that, when they aired that, and of course it couldn't have been in September, because yeah, so it couldn't be in September '93. It must have been probably before the holidays, I would imagine. But this CDXL demo that you saw, the commercial, is also available on some magazine CDs I will show you later in this video. So I knew I saw this, but I saw it on television, I saw it on a magazine CD, so this was definitely not on version 1.0. So we will check out one demo or animation, Inferno, and I remember this one. But then again, I didn't remember it on which CD. I remember I have seen it, and it's probably on one of the magazine CDs. This was a game that was planned, never produced or launched or released, unfortunately. Yeah, really cool. So this is a CDXL file, I think it's loading. I won't test the rest of that stuff because, well, it is not entirely the CD contents that I might remember. So I hope one day we will find 0.1, or maybe it's called 1.04 or 5. Who knows? But that was the first two, actually the first CD I would have played, of course. And we're gonna take a look at the second CD that I most likely booted up. Right. I am back, and now we're gonna test out the second CD, which were Oscar and Diggers, that probably follow my original machine back in the day. There are two games, Oscar and Diggers. Okay, so I will try Oscar first, which isn't my type of game. I like platform games, but this one is kind of for the children. And I talked always that the games from Flare always was, well, I didn't like their games. Yeah, so it's quite colorful. And where's the jump? There's the jump. Yeah. So I guess, how do we do stuff? Okay. Yeah. So that was one of the games. That was probably a letdown. Imagine I got the CD32 after probably watching the Amiga CD32 reviews and the commercial on TV before I bought my Amiga CD32, and they will showcase Microcosm, which looks like really cool game, right? Only to find out it's just a CDXL file playing in the background and you can't control the 3D, and it's basically just a bunch of sprites on top with a lot of cool animation. But anyway, this was the early days of using CDs for something larger than 12 disc games. And they usually would fill it up with music and animation. I can't remember playing Diggers really a lot. I played a lot of Lemmings. I can't remember if this was more like a Lemmings game. I will just skip through all the introduction I suppose. And now we're gonna choose some kind of mission, or no. Oh, that's a bummer. So how do I get out? Yeah, I can't even get out of this. So I guess we have to save it, or yeah. Okay, aha, so there's an exit down there. Aha. Got it. Maybe we check the map. Can I do anything here? Okay. Then I can't click on anything. Yeah, well, this isn't like this isn't a game testing video. I have no idea how to get into the game actually. So you could tell I did not play this game, or both of them actually, because what I intentionally wanted to use my CD32 for was to access CDs with a lot of software on them. So like Aminet came out, and there was also some 17-bit CDs with a lot of redfish images on it, lots of software, a lot of goodies. That is what I was most interested in. And there was also this LSD compendium CDs that I also used. So now I will show the third or the fourth CD, which was a Communicator 2 from 1994. And I would have this communicator pushed in on the side here into the aux port, which gave me, it was keyboard, serial, and maybe MIDI, because there were several versions of the communicator. There was Communicator Lite and 1 and 2 and 3. I think I actually had the MIDI version. I paid at least 1500 NOK for it back then in '94. I don't remember if I got it after a couple of weeks, or maybe I ordered it together with this machine. Anyway, this would be a CD I would then boot, and it would allow me to connect the CD32 to the Amiga 1200 by serial, and I will send some commands and scripts like I showed you, and boot it up again from the RAD disk device, and then it will auto mount and auto connect and everything, and on my Amiga 1200 I could just access the CD0 after probably like 20 or 30 seconds. So the CD32 will just be put on a shelf, or maybe, you know, outside of view, because I didn't need picture on it. You could do like a hotkey where you hold down the red button, I think, and will boot straight into Twin Express. Or maybe it will just connect some other serial things. I won't show all of this because this is not what I bought it for. Of course, I was interested in Twin Express and SerialNet, but I believe Twin Express was the one, because that is what my script says. So now it will just reset. They will put a tiny little byte or something in the NVRAM of Amiga CD32, and then it will read that configuration and auto boot straight from the CD into Twin Express, and then set up the serial device and everything. And yeah, that's what I would do with this CD, and that's what I would do most with the CD32. I practically used it as an external CD-ROM drive for the Amiga 1200, because that is where I, you know, did all the coding and development and all the graphics and music and everything. And CD32 was just for a while, a couple of years, functioning as a CD drive basically. I would replace the CD32 at some point in probably in the summer of '96, where I would buy Squirrel SCSI PCMCA for the Amiga 1200 and then use that, because this is where the traces of my CD32 stops, somewhere in '96. Okay, so I don't have a keyboard, so I can't of course show you anything. I don't have a serial thing connected. I might buy an upgrade for it, but I don't intend to use the CD32 as a second Amiga 1200. I want to use the CD32 how it was intended to play games on the TV. Booting from CD, making my own CDs, and just, you know, use this just okay pad, joypad. I think it's practically all fine. But of course, it's nice to have an extra 1200 compatible machine in the house. You never know when you're gonna do some projects or some crazy stuff. And yeah, so once I would have booted this up, I would then put in like Aminet. I bought Aminet set 1, 2 and 3, and this was made in 95, and this one, Aminet set 2, was made in also 95, I think. And then finally, this is probably the last CD I would buy, Aminet set 3, and that was in 96, which is again where my traces stop for putting stuff into the CD32 and connecting it that way through the communicator. And well, I did have some other CDs, which of course was CD-PD, LSD CDs or 17-bit, some of those, but they basically are just booting into Workbench, or you can get serial Twin Express running, so there isn't much to show on that. I will just show you the CD, or I have already shown the CD of those, and in the next segment I will start showing off the first magazines that I bought. I probably bought magazine during 94. I don't remember the CD. I've tried a couple of CDs in 95 and 96. I don't remember anything of the content, but I do remember probably the first 3 CDs that happened in March to maybe December of 94, and I will show you this right now. Alright, so I'm back here without the second camera because the battery went dead. But it doesn't matter. It will be back on the next video. So now I'm gonna test the first magazine CD, which is Amiga User International, I believe the name is. CD number 1, and this was promoted as the world's first CD32 cover disc or cover CD to a magazine. This was released in March and April 94, so that would probably be a magazine that I would buy right after I got my CD32. And let's check this one out.
What is the hottest machine in our universe? Ask the android.
Yeah, and this magazine is from the UK. And yeah, here we can see exactly where I would view this commercial.
This was twice as fast.
for the first time on the CD32. It was on this CD, so it was not the demo CD 2.0, and it was not on the demo CD 1.1 as I already showed. So this one is bringing back memories. This is first time I would see CD XL of this commercial.
Incredible graphics and colors.
There seems to be some glitching, so and I can't skip this video actually. You just have to sit and wait for it. Yeah.
Our world would never be the same again.
Yeah. Some glitches, that's all fine.
Welcome to Amiga CD magazine. Welcome to a whole new electronic dimension.
Yeah, I have to say one thing about this CD. I like UK humor like Mr. Bean and Faulty Towers, John Cleese, and a lot of other things I can't name right now, but I would say the humor on this CD is, what's the word for it, quite cringe, and they get worse and worse. So you've been warned. They have sound effects on every menu, and to be honest, there isn't much on this CD. So I mean, you can imagine the people who put this together. You can't blame them, right? Because 1 month before, they would probably make cover disk, and they try to jam as much possible data they could inside one disk or maybe 2 disks, and suddenly they went from, well, if you compress it, you know, they would go from 1 megabyte to 650 megabyte. And how do you use that overnight? That's not easy. So I guess that's how they approach this. You know, we put a lot of sound effects, we put some real music on there, and we try to make something multimedia interesting. This was the early days of multimedia. So of course we can't blame them for trying something. But as you will witness in CD number 2 and 3, the humor is, yeah, I can't understand it. So, well, whatever. Let's check the editorial.
Here's Ashley Cotter Cairns, collector of Hawaiian shirts and editor of Amiga CD.
The galaxy is a big place. Many people choose to believe in a god or deity, a ruling being responsible for all of the good and evil things which happen to man during his comparatively short life.
I think I have a shirt like this.
The more cautious,
It's
Norse
pretty
Roman
similar.
habit of assigning a different god to every major aspect of life.
So this is a CD-XL movie, I think, and it's loading directly from the CD, so this is a good way to check if your laser is good on the CD32. If this one plays without any hiccups, then you're fine.
Is the launch by Commodore of the Amiga CD32. It's the world's first 32-bit console, the finest multimedia player on the market, and the nightmare which haunts the Segas and Nintendos of this world at present. And it's a snip at just £299.
Yeah, so this is what they would usually do. They would just put some videos and
Even more exciting,
some speech,
is the launch
just to
of
try and
Amiga
fill up the
CD
CD, right?
It's the only 32-bit action mag in the world. More packed with reviews, news and features than the Bank of England is with £50 notes. Flashier than parking the Starship Enterprise in your driveway. And more compulsive than an unlimited supply of free Twix bars. I hope by now you've had a good read. If not, why not? The third and final first, get your head around that lot, is this compact disc. It's one of a kind, a unique multimedia magazine. We've got text, graphics, video, music, playable demos from hot games, and me, twittering on and stopping you from using it. So I'll call it a day for now. The world's first multimedia editorial is at an end, which takes us up to 4 unique events. See you next disc. Takes us up to 4 unique events.
Whoa. Okay, so we will check the amazing demo games they're talking about.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Try before you buy. 5 games for the price of none. Pinball Fantasies and Degeneration scored 190 marks between them in the magazine, whereas Microcosm, Trolls and Whale's Voyage are 2 new to review. Have fun.
Yeah, so Pinball Fantasies is the same demo that has been shown before. Degeneration was on demo disc 2.0. Microcosm, of course, everybody knows that. And then there's this Whale's Voyage. This is not a playable game, it's actually just a movie. And of course this is the early multimedia days where every button has to make a sound and stops you from actually getting to the content. So I just pressed the button because it was not a movie, it was actually a slideshow. Let's check the information. Yeah, so it talks about how to play them, and that was it. Alright, I will not check these games. The early days of multimedia. Let's check free games.
Hi, you want to play games? These hot little numbers are not demos, they are full games and they're great. Enjoy.
So it sounds like they recorded this on a microphone that didn't have any pop protection. You know, just like that. And they obviously recorded in a very empty office space room, so it sounds really bad. Now, these are just crappy games. They are public domain. Well, they don't have to be crappy, but you know, this is not what I want to see on a brand new console, 32-bit, world's first texture mapping, a Kiko chip enabled thing. Let's check the information. that's why I won't test this at all. I probably must have tested them, but you know, you get really disappointed. You were hoping to see some fantastic new things on a 32-bit CD system, but so far we haven't seen anything, have we? Let's check. Sounds good.
Here is some music created on the Amiga. We thought we'd include it just to show you what this cool machine can musically do.
Well, a little side note. It's
The music we're including on this disc for your delectation sounds great, but it's somebody's hard work. So look, listen, and don't
so
touch.
it's
In other
actually
words,
playing
it's
from
copyright.
CD
If you want
track
to use it in
2
your
or 3 or
eclectic
4.
works of art, forget it. Go away
And
create
notice
your
the
own.
name Andrew Bishop. Isn't that the guy who bought Lightwave recently? You know, from UTech. Let's check out the Spain.
This is some Spanish style music which was created using the Amiga for TV. It may sound to you like flamenco guitars, but it's really totally synthesized. As they say in España, mi amigo, ole!
And now the comedy starts to sneak in. Yeah, so far this is just a CD track 2 or 3 for playing, just like an audio CD. And there is a couple of scanned photos and some slideshows. And yeah, this isn't my type of music, so let's just get out of here. It's very boring. Drum house, that sounds interesting.
It's time to shake the room to this house style stuff. Created, we kid you not, with just one lowly synthesizer. Typical of the rave style you can get spaced out on. It's going to be on one of the step videos that exercise freaks will be jumping about to soon.
Yeah, that sounded very muddy. Let's check out hunting.
When the arch nasty stalks the gorgeous heroine, why is she there in the first place? And why didn't she wait for the hero to come back? This is the kind of stuff they play to get your blood pressure up. Will Freddy rip her heart out? Listen to the tune of terror and tremble in the back row.
So I didn't catch the references here at all. Probably supposed to be funny, but must be some very local UK references. I have no idea. So I've listened to this song before and it's really cool. It's really suspenseful. But we're not here to listen to music. We are gonna find cool stuff. Okay, so now we're down to Picture Show.
The visual quality of CD, believe it or not, is superior to what you normally see on a TV set. We've chosen some pictures to show you just how good it can be.
Boom, boom, boom. Photos. Beauty.
If you can find one like this, we'd like her sister's phone number.
Okay. Clowns.
This was created with a package called TV Paint. Plenty of different colours. In fact, millions of them.
So maybe they painted over the picture. Boom.
This was created using the Opal Vision graphics board from Australia. Could that be why she's got a boomerang in her hand? Tommy Kangaroo dance sport, Tommy.
I didn't catch that reference. It was a cool picture.
Cute, aren't they? They say I'm a foxy lady.
Oh, God. Okay. Jesus. Ice cream.
I scream, you scream, we all scream. The Amiga's great for graphics, not quite so good for jokes.
Well, I think that's a pretty good joke, actually. Because you play with the words. Sydney.
Another Opal Vision, one of the great new bits of architecture in the world. The Aussies wouldn't give a 4X Sydney Opera House for anything else.
Surf.
Also created by Opal Vision. Bondi Beach, and watch out for the bums!
Okay. Tiger.
Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the Amigas of the night.
Okay. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna check the dinosaur, but why not? This must be one of the first memes. Did dinosaurs die out because they were empty-headed? You know, that's pretty funny. Hatch in a hurry before your brothers eat you. Yep. Early ancestor of the white rhino. Yeah, this is like... it's good humor. The horns of a dilemma. Protect it, care for it, or eat it. Is this Velociraptor a sweet little thing? Yeah, it looks cute. Ew. That's evil. Okay. We will check the main menu again and see, what was it, like space or something? What? I thought you should go back to the previous menu.
The visual quality of CD, believe it or not, is superior to...
I think you can skip, yeah, that's good. You skip with a blue button. So 3D. Oh my goodness.
These days on TV, we see lots of very expensively created computer graphics. Every program has to have those complicated wipes or fades or one thing morphing into another. Well, here are some 3D graphics created on the little machine that you're using right now, with some great Amiga packages, Caligari, Real 3D, and Imagine. You too can be a video Leonardo da Vinci.
Well, it's not created on the machine I'm using right now, it's created on the Amiga 1200, so yeah. I will not check all of this, let's just check, some, yeah, 90s 3D graphics. Yeah, they all look cool. I will just check some more. Yeah, pretty cool. So there's also a next page. Jesus. Karate hand. Okay. Can I get back to the main menu by pressing blue button on the controller, yes. So space.
Space, the final frontier. Amiga CD boldly goes where no magazine has ever gone before. Yes, and these pictures were created on the Amiga. Some, like them, even found their way into the TV series Babylon 5. It shows what can be done with a little telescope, a lot of creativity, and an Amiga. Just like Amiga CD. Got a spare telescope, anyone?
Oh yeah, one of the greatest TV shows ever. The Next Generation. That's a pretty good quality image. So yeah, I won't go into more of these. And now we kind of reach the end, right? There's probably gonna be some cringe stuff in the credits.
This Amiga CD magazine disc is a world's first. No one has ever created a disc like this for the Amiga before. Many people have helped in its production, and we would like to give special thanks to the organizations named here.
Let's do general. I did click the red button. No, I don't want to listen to you. Huh. Oh yeah. That's the Andre Bishop again. Yeah, so I guess this is just a credit screen. Okay, there's no... So, you can imagine the disappointment this CD gave. It didn't give anything really, just the cool commercial for the CD32 from Commodore. That was the only cool thing on this. The other stuff you've seen before. And yeah, it was a fair attempt of creating the world's first multimedia CD for the CD32. But yeah, we will check out CD number 2 from the same magazine. Okay, now we will test out CD number 2 from the same magazine, Amiga User International, or the Amiga CD. And it's from May 1994, so this might have been one of the magazines, the second or the third magazine I would buy, and I was still looking for impressive CD32 stuff back then. So let's boot up this CD and see if we can find anything that was amazing.
Found out why he chose me to share his secret.
Yeah, so they also have the commercial. I will try to press the blue button to skip. Okay. So this would be issue 2, editorial, film clips, free games, demo games, art, credits and adverts. So I think we will go to film clips immediately.
Okay everybody, stand by!
My name is Michael Cape.
Not yet, Michael!
Head rolling. Head rolling. Action.
My name is Michael Caine. Not a lot. Everyone knows that when you go to the cinema, the best part's the trailers. Well, here are two you can enjoy any time you like.
Yeah, and now you can see the comedy or the supposed humoristic stuff of this CD became even longer and even worse. So let's see what other kinds of quirky stuff is hiding here. Last Action Hero.
Close, but no cigar.
Arnie said, "I will be back." And he is. Here's a trailer of him in Last Action Hero. Did I say that good? Out on video now. Actually, I remember videos. They were those sort of rectangular things with plastic and little tape running around inside an auto tracking line. Not like the good old new modern technology. Yes, up your Jackson.
Yeah.
Holy cow! I'm in the room!
Who the hell are you?
Don't shoot me! I'm Danny Madigan, I'm a kid!
And you're going with him.
Who is this twerp? And where's that smile on his face?
I don't even know this kid. To a world that's bigger than life.
Listen,
I'll be back. Ha! You did not gonna say that, did you?
that's what you always say.
I do?
The CD had some glitches, but yeah. So I really remember these two, and especially this Les Visitors.
Time travel à la française.
I don't understand anything.
Hello, my name is Michel. I am from MTV. Here is a trailer for your in-your-face comedy that is... Oh, sorry. Here is a trailer for an in-your-face comedy that's taking the world cinema by storm. What's a in-your-face? Guys, what's an in-your-face comedy? In your face, in your face, in your face.
It's a really funny trailer, but you know, the comedy before there was really bad. I don't get the references of in your face. It's horrible comedy. Let's check out the information. Okay, 12.5 frames per second. Yeah, so that was the film clips. They are both cool, of course, although some glitching, but it's really nice to see, you know, almost full screen trailers playing from the CD32. It felt like a multimedia VHS.
Nice to see ya, Be like that then. Okay, anyway, so today we have a free game for you. As the game is a marvellous game, You're really going to enjoy this game. Yes, give us a twirl, lads, here. It's lovely legs, absolutely lovely legs. We'll give anything to those legs. Yes, no,
Well, I wouldn't want the legs myself. No, don't be so stupid. Right, anyway, let's go on with the game. Anyway, we've got, no, we've been told, sorry, we got 2 free games for you today. 2 free games. Sorry, producer message in my ears, yeah? No, we've got 5 free games for you today, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, 5 free games. Absolutely marvellous. Really going to enjoy this game. No, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, no, can't keep up with them. 11, 12. Any marks on 12? Not this time. Okay, well, here you go. Ladies and gentlemen, for your delectation, you're going to really enjoy this. It's been marvellous. It's been really wonderful being with you. 12 free games for you to play now.
That's got to be the most stupid introduction I've ever heard in my entire life. Maybe it's referring to some local TV character or politician or something, but I don't really get the humor of that voice at all. Anyway, these are just PD games, so I won't test any of them. This is not what I want to see. We will have to get back to the menu with the blue button, I guess. Or okay, so let's check out demo games. Ah, there's no introduction this time. That's great. Trolls, Bubba and Sticks. Yeah, I remember that's where I played Bubba and Sticks for the first time. And the demo is different from level 1 when I eventually got it on Amiga 1200. The first level, there was some differences, so this demo version is kind of cut in the middle or something. Trolls, I guess it's a platform game, and golf, that's what it is. And of course this isn't a game. Again, this is just a video, the Inferno video, and they for some reason call it a demo game. I will just exit. I will not try these games. So far we only see 2 video clips, a lot of bad commentary from the people who made the CD, and
Time a kangaroo down, sport.
Yeah.
Kangaroo down.
Again, they started with references.
Who's taken my Wallerboard? Who's taken my Wallerboard? I want an answer. I can't even do a proper Australian... Look, listen, it's gone, it's faded, it's disappeared. I can't even do a proper Australian accent without a Wallerboard. Somebody has... Listen to this. That's not a Wallerboard. You want me to carry on anyway? Okay. Tommy kangaroo down, sport. Tommy kangaroo down, walla. Tommy kangaroo down, sport. Tommy kangaroo down. Well, can you guess what it is yet? Of course you can't guess what it is yet. You haven't pressed the buttons. Go on, enjoy yourself.
They seem to be obsessed by Australia for some reason. Yeah. Let's check what this could be.
Space 1999.
CD, phone home.
Okay, so that was funny. Cinema.
Hey, Kramer! Nice wheels! Hang on, I'm coming out!
Who the hell put this lamppost out here?
That was a nice picture, by the way.
This intro is brought to you at the speed of sound. That was our very own Sonic Boom. Repeat, Sonic Boom.
I have no comment.
The train approaching blood.
Why?
Only kidding, it's a train for Newcastle.
Okay. Android. Whoa.
This picture was created by Barry McCarthy. Now, Barry, if you're out there listening, if this is you looking in the mirror, we strongly advise you to seek professional help as soon as possible, or write to us at the address in the magazine.
Yeah, I can agree. So there are some funny bits.
Am I in Barry McCarthy's brain? Or is this the Eurotunnel?
Yeah. Well, that was some good commentary. Simple and nice. Credits is gonna probably be the same as the last one. Editorial, I don't know if I want to go in there, but anyway, let's go.
Put on your shades and tone down the colours on your TV. Here comes Ashley Cotter-Cairns, editor of Amiga CD magazine, in one of those Hawaiian shirts of his. You have been warned.
Welcome to the video editorial of Amiga CD magazine disc number 2. If you missed last month's disc, never fear, because this one's got even more on it to entertain you. The great news this month is that Commodore's new baby has just topped the CD-ROM chart sales. Gallup compiles them every month, and Commodore accounted for nearly 40% of CD-ROM sales. That's some achievement in just 6 months of being on the market.
Yeah, this video is much better than the first one they had.
For the Philips CDI at Christmas. How much market share do you think they managed to capture with that advert? 25%? 20%? 10% even? No. 1.8% of the CD-ROM market. Taking all formats into account, every 1,851 times someone buys a game on another format, one person buys a CDI game. Which goes to show you can have a really great advert and still not convince people to buy a product that's wrong. Finally, for any journalist who wrote that Amiga CD folded before its first issue, I have a message for you. Yahoo sucks. I suggest that you check your facts in future. See you next disc.
That was a really good video. You know, it doesn't have a FMV cartridge, and the size was much larger. So I really want to check this FMV cartridge full motion video. I never had that back in the day. It was super expensive. And I actually had a friend who has, or had at least, this cartridge, but he could never manage to buy anything to use it for, I think. But if you're gonna try and get a FMV cartridge nowadays in 2024, oh my god, you're gonna pay 10 times as much. Let's check this one out.
If you've just spent £200 on a Commodore FMV cartridge, this is what you can do with it. Watch Star Trek 6.
Oh.
The film's actually pretty good, but that's not really the point. The point really is the quality of the format and the fact that you can now watch films on CD. The quality of the picture images is excellent on a smaller monitor. On a larger television you can see jagged edges where the computer guesses at some of the curves. But the sound is superb, not a glitch in sight. And you can skip to the best parts of the film. Not only can you do that and have total control over the cuts of the film, but you can have perfect freeze frame. That is absolutely excellent quality, look at that.
Yes, sir. Subspace shockwave originating at bearing 323 Mark 75.
And it's all in Dolby surround sound stereo. If you've got the TV to use that, you'll have an excellent experience watching this film.
That is something I really want to try. Try a full screen video playback from the CD32, from a live spinning CD. That could be really interesting. So, Deep Core, that must be a game, right?
And if you don't get it, you can't...
It's a pretty weedy monster as they go, isn't it?
Don't like these things here, though. Is it on this side that they're on?
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Try shooting it underneath two doors.
Yeah, you're not going to kill it unless it's on the screen.
No, it's not.
This one,
lure
that's
it
it.
in. That's it. Be careful when you kill it.
There's another one.
To make sure, yeah.
Oh!
I think it's a very playable game. It does lack originality. It looks very much like Gods, and the sound could have been improved. But other than that, it's pretty good.
I think it's very similar to 16-bit games and a playable rip-off of games that we've all seen before over the last few years. Having said that, it's still quite good and quite addictive. £30, perhaps not too bad for it.
Yeah, I must say that the production of this CD is much better, apart from the cringe humor overlays they have. You know, this type of video production seen this early in 1994 was pretty amazing, because we didn't have anything like this on the Amiga 1200, not at least I didn't have anything, so I would imagine back in the day I really enjoyed seeing this, because it was running from the Amiga and was almost full screen. Of course the pixels or whatever, but if you come from the Atari 2600 and the Commodore 64 age, pixels don't matter, because your brain will fill in all the details anyway. So, you know, back then it probably was perceived by me as a really okay quality. You didn't think about it, of course. If you look at it today, it's quite bad, but, you know, it's time...
In space,
It's,
no one can hear you scream.
it is time period, so...
It's very, very frightening.
You have to take
And
it
it's
for...
after you.
You have to take it for the value it was back then. This was as good as it could get.
Welcome to Alien War.
It's highly watchable. I mean, if you think about YouTube back in the early days, even before YouTube, there was a site called Wimp, and it had the lowest quality of videos, but people enjoyed it, and YouTube became popular. So, you know, you don't always need higher res definition on your image to enjoy the content.
Alien War is, the way I look at it, is dragging people out of their armchairs from watching an alien movie and actually putting them in the heart of the action. You know, it's sort of taken in a group of 12 by a Marine. He's the only person in the group who's armed, and they're made to sort of run down these dark, smoky corridors with dark shapes running after you. So, I mean, it really, sole purpose is really just to scare people. That is it, and that's why they come here. You don't necessarily need to be an Alien fan to experience Alien War, which is a good thing. And I think it's just people these days, I think, just to want a bit more out of life, and it's a good bit of escapism for 20 minutes.
Yeah. So, yeah, I would imagine back then in 1994, by now I would actually be a little bit more amazed. You know, watching full screen, almost full screen movies like this was something you haven't seen before. Okay, so let's check. This is probably some adverts for... Yeah, that's a software video creator. I haven't tested that ever. Maybe the commercial can tell us what this is. It looks cool. Yeah, not bad. This was probably something I wanted to buy back then, since I was interested in creating movies and videos, anything multimedia really. Okay, so I can't get out of it. Yeah, well, I guess we had run through this CD, and yeah, there were some good moments in this. I would imagine back in the day that I was hopeful in May of 1994. So I will stop the video and we will check out the next CD in the next video. Yeah, so I am back. I don't have a second camera yet because it's still charging, but that's not so important. So now I'm gonna test a cover CD from the Amiga CD32 magazine, and unfortunately they only issued 2 magazines, one in the spring of '94 and one in the winter of '94, and I'm pretty sure I bought both of these magazines with the CD. So we're gonna check out issue number 1. Yeah, that was good old sound tracker. So, okay, we should just I remember this menu for sure. So these are demo games of normal games, not PD games. So yeah, I will not test any of these. Probably I enjoyed most of these things here. Pirates Gold and Skid Marks. I absolutely hate the game Soul. Let's check. Yeah, so a lot of good demos. So how do I get back? Okay. PD games, of course, there are some good PD games, but it's not something that really belongs on the CD32, I would say. Starbase 13 needs a mouse, so that's weird. If you only bought this console, you know, why would you have a mouse? You have to buy that extra just for this game. That's weird. So far okay. Some game demos. Nothing really special except for the microcosm, I would say. Probably. Maybe there are some animations that are loaded, or music tracks that played from the CD, which of course made the CD32 feel more, you know, progressed in that way. Music, yeah, I remember all of this. I used to, in the early days, put on some music here, and I would just went over to my Amiga 1200 and start programming and do all kinds of, you know, productive stuff. So I guess we could listen to something. Okay. Yeah, well. Oh yeah. Sounds like the Bud Brain demo. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is probably one I Yeah, this is my type of music. I would probably have this on loop for hours. Absolutely love that. And this is, I think it's a classic soundtracker, you know, by Karsten Obarski, the very early ones. Yeah. It's an ultimate classic from the soundtracker ST15 format, so 15 instruments. Let's check out Universal. Okay, it just stopped. Yeah. Yeah, so this was definitely something I would use for a jukebox. Other stuff. Huh. CD credits. Yeah, there are some, probably some Easter eggs here. Yeah. So this is a magazine from UK. And let's click on this. I wonder if AI could improve this image. And this one. But then again, why would we? Interplay, that's just, I guess, the people who put the CD together. Cultural section. Yeah, there was some really boring stuff in here. You could read like books. I guess they were trying to make some kind of encyclopedia, lexicon type of experience. Of course, trying to figure out how to use multimedia back in the day when they have 650 megabytes to worry about. They had to figure out some way to use that. Yeah, nothing much happens, and yeah, if I remember, the other cultural section were like paintings, like extremely boring. Why would I watch, you know, regular paintings by people? There's nothing to do on Amiga CD32 if you ask me. Alright, so I guess this went so quickly we can just as well take the last issue of Amiga CD32, issue 2, and that was in winter 1994. So by now I will probably be kind of disappointed with the magazine CD. There was some good bits, but there was nothing really fascinating all the way from April to December of 1994. There's nothing that stands out that at least I would believe I would be amazed of. So again, they have some books here, completely nonsense, graphics. Yeah, so that will just be a couple of images anyway. Nothing fancy, I guess. MPEG movies, Alien Landscape. Huh. So maybe this is like CDXL demos again. This seems to be using MPEG, which means it uses the full motion cartridge. I don't know. Would it be just like this if you didn't have the cartridge, or would it just crash? Because right now it's not loading from CD, so this is something that was loaded into memory, which would mean it's an MPEG file most likely, supposed to be, you know, accelerated by a full motion video cartridge. Actually now it loaded, but this is unwashable, and I can't even get out of it, so we have to restart. I can't remember if this is how I saw them, but this is a CD taken from internet, and I would believe it's okay. but since we don't have a full motion video cartridge, I cannot test it. Maybe it's possible to test it in full motion in Win UAE, an emulator. Because I believe there was a video here of some sheeps, and if my memory serves me correctly, there it is, the lambs. And I can't remember if this was like full, yeah, this is like a video, right? And it's full screen, that's clearly MPEG, so you know, why would they make a CD like this? I mean, it's a great way of showing off the full motion cartridge, but it was an expensive device, not everybody had it, and this magazine was supposed to be for everybody. Well, I guess you could say it was for everybody, since MPEG videos were for those people, but for the rest of us, I don't know what else was amazing on this CD. We see some picture, but that doesn't, you know, doesn't impress us in the technical manner. PD games, of course, it's pointless. There are some good games in here. Oh, wait a minute. There is something. I think Chunky Maze was actually a technical demo made for CD32, and I tried this back in August. That's really good, and I remember you could do some modifications here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I had something great going on, and then suddenly it just... Yeah. I mean, this is... I'm moving now with the mouse, of course. And this is something that would have been impressive if I saw it for the first time. So there was something for everybody. It's really sluggish. So can I click? Okay. Yeah. You know, we haven't seen this before so much back in '94, or maybe the Gloom and Alien Breed 3D Breathless Fears, I guess, maybe came out around these times. I don't remember. Let's read the text about Chunky Maze. Maybe this even works on Amiga 1200, so then again it wouldn't be CD32 specific. So it's a demo of a Wolfenstein engine for Amigas. Wow. Okay, so this is just this is something that you can do on Amiga 1200. This is not something specifically for CD32. But of course it was cool. Yeah, and probably some music again. And I will probably use this as a jukebox back in the day. In the winter time in Norway. I will not check the books. Video creator. Yeah. I have checked this CD on the PC, and it does contain a lot of files that is not accessible from this menu. So already by this point in winter 1994, you could see CDs started to come out because people would connect this CD32 to Amiga 1200, or they will actually be able to buy CD-ROMs for the Amiga 1200, or I can't remember when external CD was available like a standalone device, but yeah, clearly they picked up that some people bought the communicator and connected the CD32 to Amiga 1200 to use it as a CD-ROM, and then they can access all these artwork for video creator and also, yes, the fonts. So there are like 60 fonts in the drawer of this CD-ROM, so kind of like a collection of files in addition to whatever's on these menus. Alright, I will stop this video for now, and we will check out probably the last CD that I bought, if I remember correctly. Alright, I'm gonna test out the last magazine CD that I probably bought, because so far during the entire 94 I didn't find any amazing things that I could use the CD32 for regarding games or video or anything like this, so it just proves that I really just use the CD32 for being an external CD drive, as there's a couple of things that impressed me on the CD32 as I already shown you, but yeah, let's check the last CD. This is called CD32 Gamer, so this would be probably not the most popular interesting CD I would buy, but you know, I bought all kinds of magazines back in the day. You could get lucky and find some gems, you never know. Yeah, so this came out in 1994, I believe in May. And judging from the game titles, these are either public domain or commercial demos, and it all looks the same like the other demos. I don't believe any of these games is actually taking advantage of CD32 at all. Maybe some Pinball Fantasies will have some CD tracks. But yeah, there isn't much interesting on this CD apparently. You can see some of the title were the same title as we've seen before. Oh my god, not Flare again. Okay, so this has CD32. This wouldn't be a game I would play on Amiga 1200 anyway, so I don't know if this really have any... Okay, so it's loading from CD, so it's playing at least professional CD tracks or whatever. But this looks like, you know, any other Flare game, I would say. Of course, made for kids, not for me. I will reset and see if there's anything else we could check out. I will not check out the titles we already tried, or stuff that I know already is just a PD game. Yeah, I think Donk was a commercial game. It's not something I would play. I can't remember. Oh yeah, so this one is loading a track from the CD. Yeah, it's a classic dance track from the 90s. So I think it's loading an animation because the CD-ROM is actually spinning. So this is what they will do, right? They will take the Amiga 1200 version and then slap on an introduction, some audio tracks, and that was it. Kind of a cheap way to sell the game again. Just add some audio tracks. Ah yeah, okay. This looks like, I don't know. Maybe this was on the Amiga 1200 version. I don't think it was a real texture mapping. Yeah, so this is not something I would play back in the day. So I don't know if it was improved or not, but usually what they would do is just, like I said, add a movie and add an introduction, either full motion video or a CDXL, or just plain animation. So maybe I will test one more. I have no idea what this is, but this is probably a PD game, yeah. So, okay. It's one of these memory games, right? So, how many do I need? Okay, well, let's quit and see what happens. And it just resets. Okay, well, that was that CD, and I think that was all the memories I had from Amiga magazines. It kind of stopped after that, so from 95 or end of 94 all the way to 96 in July. Then the CD32, my CD32 vanished. That's what this video was about. I was trying to recreate some memories, talk about, you know, what I would believe back then and what I believe right now. And yeah, I will stop now, and there will be a bonus video showing some of the experiments I was doing with the Amiga CD32 back in, I guess it was September 2024. Yeah, and I just want to go back to 1994. So now we've seen all the CDs I had. And of course the CD32 came with getting starting guide. This one I have not found. So this was probably in the box, wherever the box went. Of course you can download this getting started PDF on internet, but it would be nice to have the original someday. So maybe I will try to purchase the getting started. And then we also get some kind of consumer information leaflet. I don't also have this one. But also when I bought the CD32, there was a book that was in the box. And this book, Amiga CD, yearbook 1993 to 94, and this came from Masters, so they kindly put this book inside the box. And well, this is actually one of the items that was in my CD32 box. So this one somehow managed to stay in my collection. I don't know why, but It's a really nice book because it has a lot of time period hardware, and you can use this today. So you can go back on eBay and maybe find some of this stuff, because without documentation like this, it's hard to remember, right? So it's really nice to have a time period book that really shows this stuff. So that was a nice find, a nice little bonus that I found. But of course the CD32 was never found. But now I will go over and show you how I managed for the first time to make a bootable CD for the CD32. That was a long dream I had. Back in the day, of course, I didn't have a burner. I got my first burner when I was probably 98 on the PC, so by that time the Amiga was gone. So it's really nice to go back in time and do stuff you always dreamt of doing. Of course, I used WinUAE emulator, and I recorded this little video. So I will start the ISO CD software, and I already prepared my own hard drive. So this is the real hard drive from the Amiga 1200. So we have a couple of discs here, original discs. And I choose the entire directory. So this is inside the file system in WinUAE. You click that, and then you must choose another disk where you will produce the ISO image, which is an image I will show you later. I go to options, and of course this is just I need to choose the CD32 TM. That's like a boot up file or a copyright file, just to give the CD32 that this is an authentic CD32, and then basically just build everything. And this one takes care of everything, so it will organize all the structure and everything, make the boot sector, and yeah, all of that. And it was pretty fast. So this became a couple of 100 megabytes, so 420 megabyte. I copy this to my PC mounted disk, and I choose the wrong image right now, so I have to go back. I'm still in the emulator here, so now I will just try the ISO I made that we just created. And now it will boot into a little custom menu I made. So now it's emulating the CD32. This is not from the real CD32. We will do this in the next video. And I have a couple of menus here, but we will go for the HDD boot. So that will be my old hard drive I had back on the Amiga 1200. Of course, it was not made for CD32, so I had to modify it a little bit, just to make it boot without turbo cards and other stuff I had connected. This was just a test to see if I can really boot into the ISO. And yeah, we managed to get to the workbench. And now I will show you the actual test on a real, on the real CD32. Alright, and now I'm gonna show you the test CD I created, where I put my 198 onto this CD, and also various stuff. This was created using the emulator WinUAE to create a ISO file. What I showed you in the previous clip with the ISO CD. Start it. So I just made a quick little menu. So I can go into Menu Master, where I have additional stuff, and then have set up some Twin Express. Of course I don't have a serial connection, so this is for future projects. And I also have the HDD boot, so that will actually boot into my 1998 Amiga 1200 environment that I have adjusted a little bit because I don't have the squirrel SCSI, and of course the accelerator card is not present in this CD32, so minor modification, but otherwise it looks the same. So first I will test out the Menu Master, and this is really a good software. So this is Menu Master 1.0. There is also, I think, a version 2 and 3. I don't like those. This is really the one I like. So it has a couple of tiny options for making menus. You can have a command line and some other features, and you can also have some requester for CLI arguments. Okay, so first I wanted to execute the Amiga test kit, so we can get some, you know, simple information about this CD32. So it's of course as it should be, Kickstart 3.1, revision 4060, and we can check the memory. Yep, we have 2 megabytes of chip. I have tested it, so it's all fine. Of course I don't have a keyboard, so luckily this software can enable mouse control only. And yeah, we can also go for some timing test, just to see that everything is okay, all tests passed. And this is just you know, quick little, of course there's no clock. Well, there isn't much else to test here, so I will just reset. That was just a quick tool to check out, you know, tiny little details about the CD32, just to make sure that I really have 2 megabytes of chip. That was the really only reason for it. And then I also wanted to test the CD32, the CD2X speed select. But before we do this, we're gonna test the actual speed that is running now. So that should be 1x speed. So I added sysinfo 3.24, and we can go to drives, and then of course CD0 is the default, and we do a little speed check. So down here it should say the matching speed of 1x, which is on paper at least 150 kilobyte per second. I don't usually get that. I get like a little bit lower, but of course this is a home-built CD, and yeah, the data on it's all random anyway. So it's still reading. Yeah, so we get 146 kilobyte per second, so that's just a little bit below 150, but that's where it should be. And now we're gonna turn it on. And then of course I can turn it on and off, but we're gonna turn it on to 300. And then we go into sysinfo again, and we do the exact same thing. I didn't know about this tiny little command line tool back in the day, as I didn't have a lot of CDs, of course, and I didn't have access to developer CDs and stuff like this, and of course documentation, you know. All of this was found just this year, thanks to internet, so I could dig into. So yeah, we're almost matching 300. I got 270. You can run it again, you will get a different number, but we can see that it's really double. And then of course, since I don't have a keyboard, I just installed, you know, in case I need to type something. I can do this the very cheap, easy way, on-screen keyboard. So that is just a little tool. I have a file master just for some file operation. It's not important. Snoop does, so I can track different stuff. And then of course I have some Twin Express, some speeds that I set up, so I can choose whatever here. It doesn't matter. But I also have high speed, so I can choose one of the other higher speeds, and so on. And then of course I have the CD32 Joy mouse. I don't think it's active, so just like tiny little tools just to be able to, now you see I can move it. But anyway, that was just a small test. Now I will boot into my original Amiga 1200 hard disk. And then I can just choose this quick button here. And also to avoid some errors, I need to assign the NV and the T to RAM, so it loads a little bit quicker, because I compressed the entire NV archive on the original hard drive into LOR file, and then I execute that file, that archive, and then it's automatically unpacked into RAM, because otherwise the CD will be very slow reading a lot of tiny files from the NV archive. So I thought it was a little bit speed up. Of course this is a very slow boot, but I just wanted to see if it was possible to make my own bootable CD, and then I thought, well, I should boot into my own workbench. So it was kind of a proof of concept. And this is the original colors I actually had back in, I think I defined them in 1994, and I used them for 4 years, until I sold the Amiga 1200 in 98. And of course I could only burn CDs for the first time around 96 or 97, when I got my first PC. So I always dreamt of making my own bootable CD for CD32. That is like, now I've done it. It's really nice to know. So this will be not exactly the workbench I would use, but I had some backdrops, and I had some patterns inside the windows. But I kept it pretty standard. I don't like any of the Magic Workbench or all these MUI things. I really love the classic Workbench look. I think it fits everything perfectly. And of course I don't have much memory, so I can't have a lot of backdrops and things like this. So this would be the contents of the actual machine that I had. So I would have a lot of programs sorted into different somewhat categories, but this is what I used every day. So everything from assemblers to dealing with XPK and even HTML tools. I could also go on internet with this back in the day, and of course some tracking programs like for disk editing, direct disk editing. There was also of course some games on here, so it came from the Desert 2 should be in there, and Pirates. I did a lot of video grabbing back in the day, so I have all the hardware still from the Video Amiga series. Of course here was the internet, so there's actually my first email is actually in here still. And then of course the programming language Amiga E. I mostly used Amos 1.3 and Amos Pro. And of course I had a lot of graphics programs. Really love all of these. I didn't use Imagine for 3D modeling. That was just kind of yeah, I was curious about the 3D software, and this is one of them that I kept inside here. I also had I guess Lightwave somewhere. Yeah, so there will be, these were the tools that I would use, like Real 3D or Turbo Real, and some landscape programs, Deluxe Paint. I'm not sure where Lightwave ended up. That should be in the toaster, of course. Yeah, so that would be Lightwave 4.0, and that is the first version I used, and I'm still using Lightwave today on a PC. So this software have been with me for 30 years now, and I love Lightwave. So let us take a look in here. So again, there's a couple of programs. The reason why I have two partition is because this one, the contents of this was actually the bootable hard drive I had for 1.3 machine, and at some point 2.04. But then when I get Amiga 1200, I kept this so I can still boot into my old 1.3 environment, and that's why there's kind of like a duplicate of programs and graphs and audio. So yeah, some useful tools, and two of my demos, which was part of the gathering in 97 or 96. This one won the third place in the wild compo, and this one won the competition. No, this didn't win. I mean, this was in the competition of wild compo, the same as this. This got I think 17 out of 23, and this was the third place of 23. Yeah, this is me from the future, and I just want to correct some mistakes I did with the PC Puke demo and the Power Death. I misspelled that they were in the wild compo, which is not correct. Actually, here's a screenshot of the results of the wild compo, and this was the gathering 1997 in Hamar, Vikingskipet in Norway. And Firestarter was the third place in the wild compo, and that was me doing the Firestarter lookalike remake of the Prodigy music video on a barn, and we actually win 5,000 kroner back in 1997, so that was really cool. But then I also had the demo, which is the two demos, PC Puke. So this was the Amiga demo, also gathering 1997. So PC Puke got 15 place out of 23, I think it was, or maybe 17. And then Power Death, that is also my demo, got 13 place. So just a little tiny correction. I will continue with the movie. And there's also my video text program, which was what I used to make subtitles for some of my movies. I made some splatter horror movies in '96, and I used the Genlock and this software actually to show the subtitles. I don't know if there's just tests in here, but you know, you can just edit here and blah blah blah. Oh yeah, and now I have to press enter, which is not possible, so I kind of locked myself out of here. Alright, so that was just a quick demonstration that I guess it's nice to have a bootable CD that can go straight into Workbench, and of course you can configure and script this to do other things in the future. Of course you cannot write a lot of data, you can't write to the CD, so you have to write to RAM, and then if you need those files you need to of course copy it from the serial port. But it might be useful someday to just boot into a Workbench environment and do some stuff, maybe some presentations or some software that needs to process something, just, you know, like a extra machine for doing some cool stuff, maybe for some future YouTube videos or something. Yeah, but I think that was pretty much it that I wanted to show. Just quick example of how you could make your own bootable CDs, and yeah, just relive your past in a machine that is unable to write anything onto the disk, of course. So yeah, that was it. Okay, just a tiny little video extra. This was the game that followed the machine when I bought it from eBay. This is the game Guardian, and this is of course an original CD. So this would be a pressed CD. I just wanted to show you that it also boots fine. After I adjusted the laser potmeter and all the other four, I could really read my burnt disk much better. But of course, I also want to make sure that it reads commercial disks. So just to prove that and show that it also reads commercial disk just fine. This was not a game I even tried back in the day. I don't know if it was even available on Amiga 1200, but yeah, it was a 3D game, so it has some 3D graphics. But I guess the only game I played with 3D, like this type of graphics, like polygons, was Hunter. That game was so cool. I played it like months and months. Yeah, we can try to skip to the actual game. Guardian. And I also think it reads music from the CD, so that's why you can also verify that the CD-ROM is working really great. Yeah, so I guess I need to shoot something. Everything maybe? Yeah. Yeah, well, that is what I wanted to show, that it actually boots original CDs also. So, yep. So I want to go back to my burning of this CD. So I went online to try and find a proper list of games that was specifically just for the Amiga CD32. And there were several lists, but I ended up creating my own, which is kind of a mix between all the places I could find. So I ended up with 155 initially, and I I realized I messed up some of these things, but these were all the directories. So I put the ISO file inside there, and then I made a little program that could read the directories, and then created some labels for me automatically. So I programmed this in Pure Basic, and that created me a PDF, which I then had assigned to this label sheet. So this will be like tiny little labels. So I matched this up and I made a template and I printed out all the labels. So I could get these tiny little labels right here. So just to create my own, set of 152 games, I think was the final number I reached. But when I was looking through the metadata of the CDs, I found a couple of mysterious little things. So, as you can see in this, this is a ISO file, and this is the data that is inside this file. So I also made a program so I could extract out all the metadata from this. And so this will be like the directory and then ISO name, and then there are some ID and ID2. This is text that came out of the CD, and then there's the volume name, so that will be the name of the CD that you would see if you put it in a CD reader. And then I extracted out something they call volume set. So this is also some kind of metadata that is just in there somewhere. Okay, there are some bad words here. I didn't wrote this. This was in the actual CD from the people who obviously wrote that at some point in time. And then we have also the publisher in this column. And then we have they call it the preparer, so that will be the, some kind of company name or whoever prepared the CD. Sometimes they will probably send a package to some people with better equipment to master the CDs. And then also the application that was used. This one is interesting because I had the ISO CD104, which I showed you. But there are also instances of 103 and some other revisions down here. Pretty much all of them used 104. Then there's a compiled name. Yeah, and you can see a bad word here again. I didn't write this. This came out from the original one that was actually sold in the shops. That's pretty weird. And let's check, who is it? Well, you should really behave yourself. This company is really out of line. This has been documented by others also online. And then the creation date, that was the date that was actually in the system on the CD. So hopefully this can be trusted. And then there are all these options that you could set. So trademark is one of them, and some use pool lock. So I had to spent some time to find the names of this, and the function was really difficult to find, but through a mix of documentation and stuff and research, I managed to find all of these key codes and all the names. And this is the CD32 TM file. This will indicate for the CD32 that it was an authentic licensed file, binary file that you put on the CD. Some of them didn't have it, but there was a CD32 title, specific title, but they obviously didn't include the CD32 TM for whatever reason. But yeah, it was a really interesting list that shows a little bit about the history and the metadata of these things. So I will see if I can make the file available at some day. This is just an Excel file, so it's easy to move around. Yeah, and that was just a little add-on. I wanted to show you about the CDs and also the metadata. So I will also see if I can dig into the prices of my CD32. So when I bought it, what was the price and how it ended up here in Norway. Because like everywhere else in the world, the CD32 became more and more cheaper until it, nobody wanted it anymore at the end. So we will check out some of the pricing, and we should be almost finished with the movie. So I see you in the next clip. Yeah, so I have a little bit of details for the eBay version. So this is the actual one. This is the price I paid in 2024 in July. And with the shipping, so it was 5,600. That will be with the shipping, and 469 euro. And looking back to 1994, the prices, this is most likely the one of the price list that probably lasted a year or so, but this is the price I paid. So CD32 with 2 games, that will be Diggers and Oscar. And that's 3,000 NOK, so that will be like, if you think about today's money, you can divide it in 10, so 300 euro. And I also bought the communicator, so that was communicator 2. And that cost also 1,500, so 150 euro back in those days. But we also have more of this price list. These are some of the games that was promoted in 1994. And a lot of these games were realized, but some of them never came to be because everything went to hell back in those days in 94. So here are also the third page of this price list, and these should be all CD32 games, or they could also be compatible with CD-TV, I believe. And here's the last page. And they also actually listed movies that were supposed to arrive for the full motion video cartridge. I believe some of these actually came out. Star Trek, I know this came out, and most likely Patriot Games at least. So, of course, this is in Norwegian, but it's, international titles, most of it. And the prices, and then a short description. So this will be the CDI format that could be played on CD32, I believe. But This was in 1994, and by 1999, this is actually the lowest price I could find. So this is the exact same model that I bought with 2 games, Diggers and Oscar, to only 1,000 NOK. So that would be like €100. I'm not sure what it says here, but this could be the full motion video, which was still expensive. And it says Pro modules. I think maybe this was an add-on, and this was actually the name. I don't know why the name is gone here. But anyway, and if we start to convert that price that I paid, so into 2024 money, so 3,000 NOK was what I paid in 1994, and that is the equivalent of 6,000 to this year in 2024. And if you go to 1996, the cheap model that I showed you, 1,000 NOK, that would be equivalent to 2,000 in 2024. So you can imagine I bought this eBay version for 5,600, including shipping, but I also had to pay taxes, so my version came to 7,200. That's around €700. And if you look at the pricing, you can really see that I pretty much paid the same, but in a different time period. So it's really crazy to think about. But I was thinking, what will I do with the CD32? I have a lot of boxes. Will it just be put in a box, or will I just pick it up once a year, or I don't really know. But I guess it's time to, pack it down for now. And this is me packing it down after doing this entire video. This was after I recorded all the CDs that I had, and doing all the other research and stuff like this. But this is just a temporary storage place. I will make my own retro basement at some point in time. But for now, this is at least where it goes. And while I was making this video, we are now in January 2025. This is all my CDs that I have. 152 games, and then some additional, the actual CD32, of course, and then some additional CDs up here, which are all the demo CDs and all this stuff I created. And this box belongs, in the shelf of all my other boxes. So now it got its own name next to the Commodore 64 and all these other Xbox, PlayStation 1. There are a bunch of Amigas and Ataris up there. And sorry for the camera, but there are C64, Amiga tapes, games, hardware, accessories, repair stuff, some Commodore I'm repairing, and again my arcade machine. But I wasn't finished with my history. I need to do something more with the CD32. I can't just put it back on stock. So I went online and I started searching for the Eureka communicator. And I've been looking for it for a bunch of years. because it's part of my childhood collection that I want to finalize and rebuild. So the CD32 was one of those last items, and the very, very, very last item were actually the communicator number 2, Eureka. And I actually found it in December, and I bought it, and this one had a couple of loose parts, so I have to make a new plate for it. I designed a new label for it. I also put this on my website, so you can read a little story about it, and here's the QR code for my website. You can check that out. I recently did a deep down review of this and repair it. And that is one of the final items that I needed to complete my mission, to complete my list. But I'm also looking ahead, and I have bought some keyboard connectors. I also bought the Terrible Fire TF328. That will give me 8 megabytes of memory, an RGB port. But most importantly, I can also boot with compact flash card or EDI drive. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm waiting for it. I bought it at amigastore.eu, and I'm really waiting for that one. I will make a short video, maybe again, to add on to this movie, because I'm still waiting for the items to arrive in my mail. So for now, if this is really the last video, then I guess it's only proper to play the jingle again. And that for now concluded my hunt for Amiga CD32. It was almost a year in the making, and I believe I will make a final ending after this movie has ended. Just to show my face again and show the parts that I have purchased that will be connected to the CD32, and then maybe talk about what I will do with it from now on. I don't have any specific missions for it. Now I just want to try to get it booted with Terrible Fire, get the serial communication to work, and also see if I can connect the PS2 keyboard to it, so I can actually start to use it in a much more convenient way. So, yeah, that was it for now. So I just want to go back to the Eureka Communicator 2. So this was the actual photo from the auction, and it was missing the bottom plate, but it was apparently working. The last time this was tested, probably 30 years ago, by the original owner. But I didn't like this connector. This was like a shell that was put on here. It was super glued into this place. This is my new piece. And I didn't like the fact that this entire box went into the CD32, so I wanted to remove this and replace it. And I do have a picture of that. And yeah, so this is my new cable. It makes it much more convenient to work with. There's also my new power LED, which I actually drilled a hole for it here, 2 new holes. And this will be connected to 5 volts and ground, so I can have a proper power indicator. And you also notice these pins This is also something I put in because the original resistors were actually not needed in the original design of the communicator because these lights were extremely faint. And I tried different values. I can't remember the value on these right now, but I simply tried to lower them and the light was still very faint, so I ended up just removing it. And I measured 1.3 volts when I removed these and just put metal strip. And then I 3D printed a new cover for it. So now these 3 screws holds the communicator in place, so these things line up. And then this plate is just for cover the entire construction. And I also didn't get the serial cable, so I had to make my own. I only got the box from the seller, so I had to do a bit of quite a research to figure out of this. Nobody took pictures of this online, and it was not documented, but I managed through a couple of posts in English Amiga forum and also by studying the chips and card itself. I did manage to find the TXT, the RXT and the ground. And this is the 12 volt that is needed if you need to use the Communicator 2 as a standalone MIDI device. And there is a lot of stuff around this entire box, and I basically just documented this on my website. So if you go to Nostalgia on my website, you will find a project somewhere on there, but I made a direct link to it, so you can visit this QR code and then you can visit this page. But I explain everything I noticed, criticism of the original design, improvements, there are some questions, and I also remade the sticker for it, and there's a lot of things I did. It's a really interesting post, so if you're interested in how I managed to get this back to working, well, it was actually working, but it was bad connector, missing plate, and yeah, I didn't have the cable, so I have to figure out all of this myself. So you can check out that thing right there. And then I also want to mention I showed the TF328 card in the previous clip. I will not show any testing of this because I need to do a lot of research and also make some bootable CDs so I can install Workbench onto either a compact flash card or a SSD hard drive. I will connect to the TF328, but I did test it just quickly to see if the memory was truly, that it was working. And yeah, I used Amiga Start Kit, and yep, I got chip original inside, and this is the new card. So now my CD32 has really 8 megabyte of expansion. And of course you sandwich this behind her. So this is the Kipper 2K expansion board that I showed in the previous clip, and then the card is actually inside her. And I did some verification in the boot up menu. So this is when you hold down the 2 mouse buttons on the CD32 when it resets, you can get up this, standard menu, and it lists the board, one board, and yeah, it's working. And then I also checked with sysinfo. So here I just did a speed test just to see. So I don't know the numbers of an original CD32, but this is what I got. And then I also did some more testing. Yeah, this is actually just to show the memory details. So I got the fast RAM public 8 megabyte, 24-bit DMA, and there are some other details down here. And yeah, this is also the inside sysinfo, just to show that it's a Zorro 2 card at 8 megabyte of RAM. And yeah, that is all I wanted to add on. I will not do any more details of the TF3328 and how I install and everything like this, because that is kind of outside the scope of this movie. That is probably 4 hours already, and it was supposed to be about you know, my hunt for the CD32. So I will just end now, and I will you know, have some ending words and some conclusions, and we will wrap this entire thing up. Okay, here we are with the Amiga CD32. I already booted up the communicator and Twin Express running at 210,000 baud. And I'm not seeing the CD32 now because I'm capturing, so I'm kind of running in the blind. But this is how I used the CD32 back in the day also. It was just a, you know, like a slave device. And then I have the communicator with my new modification of the power LED and this cable. I have a stopwatch, and I connected the serial from the communicator. The RG11 pin, or actually 3 pins are in use. So that's TXD, RXD and ground, and connected to the proper pins on the Amiga serial port. This is an Amiga 1200. It is just a standard configuration. There is no accelerating or memory. It has only 2 megabytes of chip memory, so it will be a fair comparison. And then hopefully this should work. I will also start this with the same 210,000. And yep, we got communication is established with the remote computer. So now let's see if we have the RAM device on the other side. And we actually do. So this key here, this tilde key, is accessing the remotely. So now it's communicating, and you can probably see the red LED will actually flash. Yeah, and actually the green too, because it's of course transmitting both ways. So then we have, you know, verified that the communicator is working. And I will now try to copy a 1 megabyte file that I have stored called Coca-Cola rotation.animation, and I will copy that to RAM. Maybe I need to call it something, so I'll just call it test anim. So this will be a 1 megabyte file, and now I'm going to see what the transfer rate is on the communicator. It was reported to be the max speed of 210,000 baud, and I'm going to time it. So hopefully, I have not tested this yet, but let's see. All right, it is transmitting, and of course this is a 1 megabyte file. It's being copied directly into the RAM of the CD32, because the CD32 of course have no expansions also. It's just a 2 megabyte chip RAM, and I booted from the Communicator 2 CD, so there's nothing else on there. So now it will be very interesting to see how many seconds it will take for exactly 1 megabyte file. So we are up to, what is it, 45 seconds, 46 seconds, 49, and there it finished at 52 seconds. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Now I know the speed, but we could also go the other way. So first I need to check, maybe I can, yeah. So now I can see that the test animation is in memory on the CD32, so now I probably want to delete that first. Let's see if that works. I haven't checked the documentation. Okay, that works. Yeah, so I can also delete. But now I will do another thing. So let's copy this file over again. It will only take a minute, so just to do it once more, and then I will also check the transfer speed from the CD32 to the Amiga 1200, just to see that we have, I guess, the same speed both ways. It should be the same, because it's the same architecture on Amiga 1200 and the CD32. So now I will try to copy a file from the CD32 after this one is finished. I just want to, you know, do another test. I'm not doing a timing this time. I just wanted to see if it was possible to also delete something. Okay, now we will try to copy from RAM, and that will be the test anim, and I will put it on my DH1 disk as test2 anim maybe. So just let's verify what I have on here. So there is just the Twin Express, and the Unpack, that's something else, and that's the Coca-Cola rotation. So now let's try the other way. Okay, and now we are copying from the CD32. You can see there's more stronger red light, and there's also flashing on the Amiga 1200 hard drive, because now it's of course copying to my hard drive, and you can also see that the number up here is going down. So yeah, that also works, but let's check the timer if it ends up at 52 seconds. And then we have a steady communication both ways, and 1 megabyte is a nice test to transfer. So now we have 39, 40, and it should be on 52 or so. Yeah, we are closing in. Yeah, so about 55 seconds. That seems to be actually worse. Who knows? That could probably be related naturally, because I'm saving this onto the hard drive and it goes to a compact flash card. So yeah, if I put it in a memory of Amiga 1200, we can also do that. Just to test the final test. So let's reset, and now we're going to put it into my RAM. Okay. So now the RAM disk should fill up. As we can see here, it is slowly going up. Of course, it's always 100% full, but of course the usage is the megabytes being copied. So now we can see it almost like real time too. It's almost half a meg, and let's see if it can get a better speed maybe, because nothing will be cached. So yeah, it's closing in very nicely at 52 seconds, so yeah, it's the same. Well, that was just a tiny little test I wanted to show to verify that the communicator was working, and my modification was working, my cable was working, and testing. This is how I used the CD32, completely blind. It was just, you know, put away started in Twin Express mode, and then just, I don't care about the image on it, I just mounted the CD32 on the Amiga 1200, and then, well, I had this kind of speed. So yeah, that was the test of this one, and in the next clip I will test the other expansion I bought, which was the adapter for the CD32, and also the Terrible Fire card. I'm gonna test some discs there, some compact flash and some SSD. So see you in the next one. And I will just remind you again about my fantastic website, which you can visit here. And it has you know, so much stuff on here. It has like hundreds and hundreds of projects I've been doing since most likely 2003, but my website dates back all the way to 1996. But this particular website, Stone Oak Valley Studios, has been running since 2003. And I have a lot of things I have documented. I also have a lot of smaller projects. I usually would do projects, many projects at the same time, so it will be like a multitasking situation. And some of these projects will actually be going on for several years. And I try to document everything from my childhood and, you know, dig more deeper. So here I'm just listing some of my parts I had back in the days when I was 17 and 18 years old. And this is my insurance list, which I wrote to my father, and you can also see down here there's the Amiga CD32 communicator, which is this entire video. And it is very smart to document this, because as the years go by, you fill up your head, and this is the Hall of Shame. This is where I actually sold my Amiga 1200. This is an advertisement, and this is actually, I found this in a very old Google groups, yeah, this is just horrible. This is like most stupid mistake ever in public preview. And I also had an advertisement in the Techno magazine. You know, completely idiot I was selling my stuff. And I try to document everything. Like I said, I have a bunch of projects that doesn't only benefit me, but I also notice that they can also benefit others. So just for example, for the past 2 years, I have, actually in the past year, I produced a library of all the Amiga libraries and also Amiga color fonts and also Amiga fonts, because I have access to my own collection of database, which I called Amiga files, and it's a 58 million rows of data, so I can quickly filter out similar files and extract them and do all kinds of magic stuff. It saves me a lot of time. There's so much to go through. I cannot even scratch the surface of my website. There is so much stuff that could be interesting for other people in the community regarding Amiga and Commodore, and I will also dig into pretty much everything that is electronics from the 80s. So it's not just Amiga and Commodore. But I think it is duly time to end this super long movie. It is over 4 hours at least, and well, just 2 hours ago I recorded the ending message, so this will be finally the end of everything. So thank you for watching. Yeah, and then we are finished with this entire project. It was a really long movie, 4 hours, but this is what happens when you really dig deep into trying to find a lost memory. But I just want to point out that this entire movie was edited inside Oculus Quest 2 headset. So I made my own application in Unity. that would allow me to put assets in a virtual environment, and then I could move these things around. I have made a movie about this. Maybe I will put a QR code somewhere so you can visit that project. And this is part of the software I actually had to create during this entire the hunt for my Amiga CD32, because I needed to be efficient with all the things I discovered and I want to talk about, and quickly just get it into the movie. So I also briefly talked about the communicator and also the TF328 card. So this will be an adapter that is called the Kipper 2K, and then it's also the Amiga, the Terrible Fire TF328. So up here you can connect a compact flash IDE adapter, but I was thinking it's probably, I don't want to take in and out the CF cards. I will probably just go with actually like this, with a 4 GB M system industrial grade SSD type, which has this connector. So I will see if that works. If not, I will just go for maybe another hard drive or something. I don't really need to extract the CF card. I've seen people online take this cover and then they would redesign it so it would fit the Kipper. So that would be on the back side, and they make something new that fits over here. And then some people will make some 3D printed stuff. I will also make some 3D printed stuff for this, but I will base it on their models, but I will modify it so it fits my needs, and I will also improve this. There's like missing something under here. But yeah, I'm really lucky. I did manage to at least purchase my own CD32. Super expensive, but this is what happens, when you can't really find your lost item. So I guess if I can zoom in on this, so you can see it's actually, the specimen that I have. And yeah, I don't think I forgot anything. This movie was really down the rabbit hole, but I think I need to end the video now because I'm getting out of scope of my initial reasoning for this video. And it was also an experiment just to see if I could actually edit inside Oculus Quest 2 instead of using Adobe Premiere and spend months just in editing. I have so many other projects I need to work on, and I already created some other video made with the same system, so that would be SOPS VR, stands for Stone Oak Valley's presentation system. And yeah, I guess we will have to end this at some point, so what better way to end it with just a good old Hollywood clapper.